Hello everyone, how's it going? Let's go at the top. Hi Kindred, you still haven't seen any cows? I live in Hope. Cowgirl may have at least one cow. Well, the term cowboy sounds nice. The term cowgirl sounds a little bit less, like, pleasant. Hi Konman, how you doing? Welcome in. Hello Graham, good evening to you. Don't have a cow man. Thank you. I needed more puns for my what's it called? Like the Twitch notifications. So appreciate it. Thank you, Yogurt. Hi, Grillion. Hi, Cliche. How you doing? Philippines announced they have 45 days of fuel left. Oh no. So you should make it back from your trip just in time. When are you leaving? Are, I know you told me about your trip, but I totally blanked on the dates. Are you already there? Okay. Let's start this game. I'm excited. We're looking for some Javier. Give some Javier here. April 22nd. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Thank you. The crazy thing is that that's less than 45 days away, May 7th. Oops, wrong thing. Gotta use my controller. You know what I mean? Hi, Stealership. Did I get to Nuevo Paraíso yet? Is that Mexico? Because yes, I'm over here. Is that what you mean? I'm on the other side of the river. Howdy, Noodle. How you doing? Welcome in. But we are looking for Javier. That's going to be fun. Why did the invisible man turn down the job offer? He couldn't see himself doing it. I don't know about that one. I was just thinking about you, Smart, before I started. I was thinking like he's just going to have to tell a joke for the rest of his life cuz I'm not going to stop streaming. Hi, Malcolm. Happy D&D night. It is apparently Tuesday. How's the cowgirl business? It's not great. Apparently Bill, last night we were trying to get Bill at Fort Mercer, Bill Williamson. He was not there. Hi Lily, how you doing? You started a solo Valheim playthrough. That is awesome. I love solo Valheim. I really, really enjoy it solo. Glad you are as well. Yes, the state is called Nuevo Paraíso. New paradise? Is that what it means? I like how we get new music. My hair looks so weird today. It's like the 70s flare. That was not on purpose. Where's my missions? There we go. I got some new herbs. Not herb. Let's not speak herb again. What are they called? Sages. No, new. It's an herb. I hate saying the word herb from now on. It's sometimes a bit lonely. You need to get some animals to keep you company. That's a bit perverted. No, I'm kidding. New herberts. What do we have to do here? Just 4 red sage. Need to go to Rio Bravo for that. We have a new treasure map. It's the pile of rocks. And then for a hunter, I still just need 1 more boar. Although I'm not sure how much these matter. These are inactive. Let's take a look at a map here. DeSanta or Landon Ricketts. Okay, I guess we're closer to DeSanta. Let's start with the story. I'm really enjoying the story in this game, and I'm hoping to meet Javier as soon as possible. Herb. No, I was just thinking about how much we watched our boars mate in my solo run. I don't know. I wonder if he's relevant to the game, Kindred. Like he has a mission or something soon enough. Go. There is some hunting. It's obviously not as intricate or developed. But there is hunting. Yeah, I've been hunting. You can, like, I could kill this rabbit if I want. Oh, was that him? Yeah. The music change is so fun. Was that it? 1 shot? Wow, he died with 1 shot. It seems like a bug because it's not explained in the story at all. It's not. He just keeps coming back alive. Sorry. You can't stand it when people say herbs instead of herbs. I forget which one's American or which one's British. I say herbs. So it must be an American, or it's a British thing to say herbs. Thank you, senor. Yeah, but in RDR2, they replaced the store runner or the store handler. You remember skipping school to play this game? Okay, that's a good point. What game was I playing when I skipped school? Because I would skip school a lot too to play games. It wasn't this, obviously. It's my first time playing. What would I stay home to play? Honestly, the real answer is really disturbing. Are you guys sure you want to hear the answer? It's the most disturbing answer you could think of. You skip work to play Stellaris. In RDR2, robotic? You're not too far off, Darther. You're not too far off. Okay, I thought they just never come back. Just like how I killed the guy who wanted to race me on his horse, and then they just replaced him with a different guy. Okay, the answer is Sims. I would stay home and play Sims. I would send my sim to school while I skipped school. I would make my sim read while I didn't do my homework. Simception. Yeah, something like that. Are there gonna be different animals here? Yeah, I don't know what... Well, you know, I guess life isn't so simple. If you just do your homework, you won't have a little bar over your head that gets advanced. That's true. Ooh, I want to buy a house. Because I'm trying to figure out why would I not read myself, but make my sim read? How do I gamify my life more? New house, everybody. Oh, it's... I didn't see the hole in it when I bought it. Oh no. I should have got an inspection first. Just look on this side. This side's really nice. I got a new outfit? Where? I just need to complete the Twin Rocks hideout. Ah. Attain rank 10 in all ambient challenges? What is an ambient challenge? Oh, a poncho. A souvenir of your travels. I mean, let's blend in, I guess. Landlord special. Ambient challenge. Speak more Simlish. Oh, can I kill that goat? Is this also a crime? My auto aim is off. I can't skin it? Okay, good. I got worried there for a second. Thought I killed it for no reason. Oh, the music is so good. Poppy would love this music.
¿Cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás? Ça va bien?
Hola. Sí. Hola. Buenas. Hola.
His Spanish is as good as mine. That's so sad. Look at the architecture. I love this. I love the painted buildings. I love how they built it on hills. This is so cool. I've done no such thing. In the desert, a hole in the roof might be less problematic than some other places. It rains a lot in the desert. They have monsoons. At least Arizona. I'm assuming Mexico too. But when I was in the desert camping, it would rain really heavy for a few hours.
What do you want, gringo?
And then it would flood.
What are you doing here?
Flash flood.
Have you heard? There's a war going on.
My name's
I read
John
the
Marston.
newspaper.
Been sent here to retrieve a couple of men. Can I speak to your commander?
Cheers, everyone.
You want to talk to my boss, gringo?
I guess.
Because I'm not good enough for you?
No, sir.
You think you're better than me?
Is this a Mexican accent?
You come to my country,
No.
my poor little country.
This is Al
and you
Pacino's
think
accent.
You can be friends with the president?
No, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Things must have come
This
out
is a
wrong.
Cuban accent.
Maybe you can help me.
You'll be sorry, friend.
Am I wrong? Any Spanish accent knowers? Is there a difference between Cuban and Mexican? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. Just based off of movies.
Sure. Somewhere between a threatening stare and the soldier's arm to the teeth? Yeah. Yeah, you had me.
Welcome to Mexico, amigo!
He's just
me
being
drink.
Scarface.
And then we'll talk. My name is Capitan Vicente de Santa.
No, everybody loved Al Pacino's accent.
My country is in pain, John Master. Terrible pain.
Although I'm thinking
Rebels
maybe
has seized the
the
people by
accent, the
throat
Mexican
and
accent
destroyed a way of life.
is
I'm no
different
politician,
in
sir.
California.
And I am no soldier, Aquila.
But we're in Mexico. You
But
think
we're
this
both
guy's
beholding
Cuban?
to our time. A
Maybe.
brave man. Perhaps you've heard of him. Coronel Allende. He's trying to preserve the order in our province. To keep our civilization alive. It is tough. The people are confused and usually swayed.
He's a good actor, though.
Sometimes in the
Unlike the
service of
Irish.
what is right,
Compelling.
you gotta do terrible things. It breaks my heart.
I also am no moralist, sir.
I wish I enjoy your freedoms, Mr. Marston.
I'm trying to find a man, an American, an outlaw named Bill Williamson. I believe he came here to seek protection from another outlaw named Javier Escuela.
You're no moralist, but you hunt outlaws?
So it would seem.
I
Heard
love
anything of
this
these men?
scene.
I am the government, or what is left of it. Outlaws seek each other. They're possibly hiding with thieves and killers who pose as freedom fighters in the hills around here. They're united under one traitor named Abraham Reyes.
Where could I find
Reyes.
this Reyes?
If I knew, I would be there, hunting him with everything that is true within me. Reyes finds you.
Like cholera.
Something like that. But it's possible, though.
What
My
a
men
great
are trying to lure him into a trap.
That's smart. You got your
Possibly
competition
to ride
here.
with us. And if everything goes okay, I'm sure the Coronel will help you.
Okay.
Foreshadowing.
Vámonos!
The actor is
can take your
Colombian
horse, ride on the
American.
wagon.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Am I going on the wagon? Yeah. No. Where do I go? My horse or?
Let's go.
But yeah, I'm actually not sure if there's
We're heading to
a shoot. What is happening? A different Mexican accent for people in California than the rest of America, and then also in
I didn't
Mexico.
know what to expect. I hadn't even crossed the border and I was being shot at.
You will hear a lot of words like tyrant and oppression here. Words that the peasants have been taught, but do not understand. Meaningless words. The army is suffering a crisis of reputation.
Even I've heard about the colonel down here. He's not
That's true
famous
too.
for
There
his
has to be
passion.
multiple
This is the
dialects
point.
within
Have you
Mexico
met
itself.
Coronel
It's a pretty
Allende?
big place.
Do you know him? No. Like a papagayo? He just repeat lies you heard.
Maybe.
Allende is a good man, a strong man. He carries the weight of a million problems on his shoulders.
Am I supposed to pity him?
You gringos are so quick to judge. You love to talk badly of other people because it makes you feel better about yourselves. Maybe you should look in the mirror.
We're
Whoa.
talking about this, and I ain't here to make a judgment on the way of your government. I've got enough problems with my own right now.
This isn't America, Senor Marston. We are poor. Kindness must take a different form. What is better? To put your arm around a hungry man or to beat him until he grows some food to eat?
I think you need to answer that question yourself.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What is this?
Who are these outlaws you hunt? This Billy, the cowboy, and his Mexican friend.
Bill Williamson's a fella I used to know, and Javier
Sound
Escuela,
coach.
well, I knew him too.
What do you mean? You know these men?
We was friends once. Part of a past I can't seem to get rid of.
The past is all that's real, my friend. It cannot be erased.
What does
That
that
is the
even
problem
mean?
with the people here. They spend too much time dreaming about imaginary futures.
I know I can't change the past, but I'm sure gonna do something about the future.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, amigo. My country is full of American criminals, mostly in the service of the rebel pigs.
I know.
An easy place for men to lose themselves.
But it's also,
Whether he
in many
wants to get
ways,
lost
a
or
bunch
not.
of
Hopefully not
empty
too easy.
sentences.
I ain't got much time to
The
find
past
these
is the
men.
only thing that's
Must be a
real.
high
What does
price
that
on
even
their
mean?
heads.
The highest price.
And I ask how much?
I'm not getting paid. It's a long story. being made to do this.
I will never understand you Americans.
Me neither.
We have a system of law in Mexico, senor, and we do not tolerate people who think they can run with their own. However, if you help us, we help you. No one hides from Coronel Allende.
It means the
For
past
long.
can't be changed. Okay, yes, okay. We can start getting philosophical ourselves too.
It is a disease.
And
It
read
is
more
killing
into it.
this
But
country.
the way it
people have
is,
the right
it's
to
just
stand up
a
for
one-off
themselves?
sentence
The
here.
right. The right.
The language is
Don't
influenced
you
by
cross any
regionally by
ideas
neighbors,
out here? What do you
Caribbeans in
know
the
about
east,
the
Central
rights of
Americans in the
Mexican
south.
people?
Very little. Just saying
The
there
Spanish
must be
is.
something behind this rebellion.
I'll tell you what's behind there, Senor Marston. Lies. Insidious lies. The peasants are stupid, and like cows, they can be herded. It only takes a few men.
Yeah, like
to
I could
move
say
men.
the
Maybe
present
they
is the
just
only
had
thing
enough
that's
of being
real.
called stupid.
Death is the
You're
only thing
talking
that's
about
real.
things
This
you don't
horse is the
understand.
only thing
You
that's
ask me
real.
something, I'm gonna give you an
And in
answer.
some
Are
ways,
you
that's
a
all true.
revolutionary? Is that why you're here?
I was once, I suppose. In a twisted
But I
kind
have
of
to
way.
say,
Thought I
the
could
writing
change
is
something
really
if I
good.
fought hard enough.
Change what?
I don't
It's
know.
more-
Maybe that was the problem.
Revolution is
The
always selfish.
the
It
characters
is
are
nothing
more
but greed and
caricatures
ego.
of
Individuals
themselves
putting their own needs above those
than
of
RDR2.
others. It is people fighting for change.
It's
when they
less
have no idea what change is.
If you're a poor man who's been
ambiguous
beat down all his life, any
and-
change is gonna seem good.
What? You think that overthrowing the government is going to make a poor man rich?
If you're not helping them, it's only natural
guess
they're gonna look
dynamic.
for someone else who will.
than
For a tired old
the characters
revolutionary
in
or a
RDR2.
very naive.
But
What do you want
if
us
you're
to
gonna
do?
do a
Walk
caricature,
around giving out
you
money
do one like
every
this.
poor person in Mexico?
Ooh, the arch.
What a terrible
Hey!
idea.
First, they
Rather
need
than
to
the
work,
Irishman,
and when they're
right?
poor, then they need to go
Am
out
I real?
and
No.
do some work rather than sitting on their
Fermented.
culos talking about freedom.
It's like the one in.
Who's
Oh,
this man we're looking for?
who? Grillian. Grillian. That's your fault. Who told me to look at the arch? God damn it.
You can take your horse.
Oh
and ride
my
on the
god,
wagon.
are you freaking kidding me? I was almost there. Gotta listen to this all over again. What if it's a different dialogue this time? Let's see. Karma for what? For calling you fermented?
Follow me. We're headed to Chuparosa.
Chorosa. Oh, we have to listen
Were
to
you
this video
ever
again.
in the army?
No, sir. I was never in the army.
I thought as much. You have the air of a man who knows little of
Are we getting a different dialogue?
And you have the air of a man who's too hasty to jump to conclusions.
You have a problem with authority, Senor Marston?
If you were in the position I am,
Ooh,
you'd have
wait,
a
what did you
problem with
put?
it too.
What did you
even
pickle?
believe in God?
I don't believe in much right now. I'm just here to capture 2 men, like I told you.
Well, believe this.
Wait, is
I
this a
am
different
the army,
dialogue or was I just not
and
paying
I am the
attention?
governor. If you want to hunt Alos, I will lay you. Kill them all. You will be doing me a favor. But in this province,
I love
Nuevo
pickled
Paradiso,
plums.
you will obey my command.
I thought Colonel Olinde was in charge. Ain't you just
I
a
miss
captain?
Sasu.
When I am there is not he.
Just cucumbers,
I'm
that's
in
awesome.
charge. Do
Hopefully
you
they're good.
understand me?
Yeah, I think I got it now.
When I put on this
That's
uniform,
awesome,
I
Darth.
swore I set it up to protect the country.
So
and
I bet
will
you're the
protect
type that would
her
fail just to
from
hear the
threats
other
external
dialogue.
And in turn, I will fight to my last breath to stop this rebellion. One day soon, I will be a general.
Good for you.
Be very careful, gringo. Do as I say, or your time in Mexico will be short and painful.
That's
Do you hear me?
nuts.
Oh, I hear you.
Okay, guys, which one did you like better? Wow, completely different dialogue this time
You
around.
speak Spanish.
Only the bad words. So long as I know when someone's calling me a son of a bitch, that's enough for me.
You Americans are all the same. You wish to colonize the world, or you won't learn anyone's language.
I think you got us mixed up with the British.
Or the
I have nothing mixed
Spanish,
up,
because you're
Senor
speaking
Marcos. I'm
Spanish.
educated man, far more educated than you.
What does that
I'm
mean?
Sure.
I have no doubt.
Like a piece of meat to a hungry dog, you tempt our workers to your country with your filthy dollars. And even if they return to Mexico, they spend those dollars on American products. It is clear to me what your government is trying to do.
Believe me, there ain't much you can say about my government I won't agree with you on.
I come from a family of soldiers, generations of brave men. My parents made me learn English. Told me it would
God,
put
John
the
must
world
be
in my
so
hands.
sick of talking to this
I
guy.
resented their force. My world is made. I have no use for your passionate language.
It's kind of coming in handy right now, ain't it?
6 years of reciting verbs to a smelly old woman from Milwaukee. Just so
Did
that
you
I
keep
could
the
communicate
fermented
with
part in
American
there?
bounty hunters. Yes, it was well worth the effort. Forgive me if I rest my voice now, senor.
Please,
In a
please,
world
God,
such as
rest your
English.
goddamn voice.
Come on.
Where's the arch? Not that I'm gonna look at it again, I just want to make sure we're nearby the same spot. Right, I remember the fort. Hi, Crazy Bits, how you doing? Welcome in. I think we were around here. There we go. There's the arch. Okay, let's not fall off the cliff this time. I read that as gambling and chilling. Gaming, much better than gambling. What are you playing? I'm not looking at it. I'm not looking at that arch. I'm staying on the path. Oh my god, why is this so far? It was one of your favorites in Utah. Did you make it to Canyonlands as well? It's just south of there. I actually missed the arches. Oh, I could have I didn't know. No, I did not know that Steeler ship. Would that have been better? No! He's trying to push me off. Do you guys see that? Oh, I'm staying away from him. Do you guys see that? This is Oyo Perdido. Perdido. What is Perdido? It sounds so
Not
familiar.
for now. Are you ready?
Ready for what?
We will lure the rebels to a trap. There's a train leaving to Barrosa.
That's a
soon.
nice villa.
We're going to destroy it. They will think it's a supply train. There are no supplies on it.
Very clever.
We must throw the rat out of their holes. If there's something
Lost
we
or
can refuse.
forgotten. Oh, okay. Hi, Bubblegum Marston.
Come on. The train is
Yeah, happy to have you here.
Yeah!
I just finished the second one and I'm really enjoying the story of the first one.
Vámonos.
We got to meet Bill Williamson. We're actually searching for Bill right now. And they believe Bill is now in this like wannabe Mexico state
We must escort it to Casa Madrigal.
to meet Javier. So we're actually maybe gonna meet someone else from RDR2. What was supposed to
See how real loud it was.
split the train?
Let's go!
Oyo is I, del Diablo. I am the devil. Is the name of the arch, which is why it creeped you out. That makes sense. Hi, Granola. How you doing? Welcome in. But so far, that's it. They've mentioned Dutch. We haven't seen him or anything. But yeah, it basically picks up 3-4 years after RDR2. So Abigail and his son are still a thing. They've mentioned Uncle. No, not your knife. I'm a little rusty right now. I wish I could hit a bird. Well, he's probably dead. I'm not doing a good job. Wait, let me focus.
We will be heroes. There's more of them coming from the east.
Shit. Can you? a little rusty. Oh, I'm still alive. Okay. We're still alive. Okay, let's go. I thought it was over. Okay, okay. Lock in here. Thank you for the follow, Bubblegum. Appreciate it. Oh my god. John, you suck at this. Okay. Just a grenade to the face. Get back on the horse. Oh, the architecture is so interesting. Oh my god, look at this. Is that our guy or a bad guy? I think that's our guy.
Look to the north!
Got it. I don't know why my horse stops running when I start shooting.
Come on.
Oh, the music is so scary.
Come on.
We're good. What are we gonna do in here? Oh, they must have set a trap in here. No?
Look out! More rebels!
Where?
You want to get more where that came from? But now, stop that! Hold it right there!
Look out on the east side!
Where are they? Sorry, I shot your horse. Actually, I'm not that sorry. Oh god, how do I keep my horse going? Well, I'll kill some horses for you, all of them.
Let's go!
On your behalf. Hi, Bill. Shooting a fleeing man in the back. Is that a war crime? Was I not supposed to do that? How am I so much more faster than the damn train? Hurry up, train. Ooh, like that's Monument Valley for sure. I've been here. I've taken a photo here.
They're retreating!
What movies is Monument Valley in besides Forrest Gump?
Come on!
Ooh. It's in 1,000 Westerns. Yeah, but like which one does speaks to you? What do you associate it most with?
Todo bien, compadre? You did a good thing for Mexico today. Coronel Allende will be very pleased.
Once Upon a Time in the West. Nice. I don't know. It's 1911. It feels a little late for that. Really. Sorry, I was having a drink. What happened?
Los rebeldes están robando el tren!
Levántese, perezoso, que le le estoy pagando.
I need English
Master,
subtitles.
You're gonna have to do something.
What?
You have to go out there and stop the train before it crosses the bridge.
Yeah, it's
Todavía
crazy
levántese.
recent for
Usted
a
también.
Western, right?
Y allá atrás, muévase. ¿Qué le pasa a usted? Ay, Dios mío, levántese, ya mismo.
What am I supposed to do?
Hurry, the train is getting away.
God damn it!
I celebrated too soon. Whoa, that's a fun shot. Oh, shit, cool. I think I died. I think this time I'm actually dead. My foot's asleep. Shit. Come on. That's such a good shot. I love that one. One, two, three. Good. Jump on the train. I did it. Oh shit. I'm so fucked. Yes! I stopped it. Yeah. Mid-19th century. With the common themes being the gold rush. I haven't seen too many westerns, actually. The gold rush is the main one I can think of. Settling out east, or sorry, west. So that building new settlements, they like it wouldn't just be have all these towns already. Is that true, Stealership? That's it? Wait, I'm just like left alone here? Is there anything in here? Oh. Oh, apparently. Anything to loot? My brain is messed up with RDR too. I see a train. Should be something to loot. Nope. I am a train robber, okay? I would know at least how to stop a train. I did it many times with Arthur, RIP. Okay, where the hell are we? We're near the north now. Well, I guess let's go to LR here. How can we go back to America? Hi, Bill. My horse must be tired. No. You need help with that? I was just like Will Smith in Men in Black.
Anything to help, partner.
I stopped myself from killing the wrong guy.
Come on.
Did I know most cowboys were Mexican? You mean people who ranched cows? Who were ranchers? Smart. I got scared. I heard the shots. Oh man, look how beautiful.
Load up now.
Oh my god. Although, when I went to Monuments Valley, there wasn't any shrubbery. It was just desert, I thought. It's pretty cool.
Come on. Go.
Oh my god, the music is so good. Yeah, it's pretty hot. There were parts of Arizona that were not that hot though because the altitude.
Come on.
Like near the Grand Canyon, the north side is not that hot. Yes, it can even snow in Arizona, but you have to be pretty high up. Oh, we're going through it. But this part, yeah, this part shouldn't be that
Let's go.
high up, so it should be very hot over here. Little town over here. This is where we stopped. Anything to buy? There's property to buy. Not me just buying property all over Mexico. I wonder if that's to rent though. I think that must be a rent.
Hola, mi alma perdida.
Hola, senor.
Hola, mi what? What did you just call me? What did you just call me?
Hermoso, goza conmigo.
Hermoso,
Oh, I got
handsome.
myself a woman, miss.
I'm spending all my money buying
Podemos
property.
divertirnos mucho.
It's a hotel motel. Oh, and it's so ugly. Is our currency exchange? Yeah, why is it all so expensive? Let's loot it. Let's pay $250 so I can then loot it. And get 18 bullets. Okay, I think I'm keeping my outfit. I like it.
Si vienes conmigo, te daré algo dulce para comer.
I'm gonna learn Spanish through this game. No, wait, if we're talking about what we're talking about, no, I got a woman. Is this my horse? No, you're my horse. Ooh, let's go in here. Look at this beautiful tile work. Oh my god, look at this. Who's shooting? Shit, I'm messing up. There we go. Whoa, they brought the whole cavalry. I think that's not a bad guy. Honor -10? Why?
What you got on you, friend?
They were just celebrating? Because I killed the horse? Which one? Which one's the wrong body? How do you know which one's the wrong body? Oh, they were dragging a guy. I just shot them for fun then. Look at these textile cushions. I don't know what those even are. Sorry. Okay, back to this. What are we looking at here? Deep Los. I can't read it. Cool.
Liar's dice interest you at all, friend?
No. This is very cool.
Siéntate, señor. Let us
I'm just here to look at the architecture.
Hey, partner.
I used to box in school, you know.
Hola.
Hello?
Hola.
Hola?
¿Cómo le va?
¿Cómo estamos?
Okay, this is pretty cool.
¿Listo para
Can
ver
I
el
interest you
cielo?
in a game
Sorry.
of liar's dice?
No, I don't want to play Liar's Dice. Oh wait, what is he reading? What is he reading? He's reading the Bible? Isn't that so cool?
Hola, senor.
Oh, well, hello again, Pars. Did I set it up correctly? Did you guys hear that?
Hola, senora.
Or 9. Well, thank you for redeeming it. First person to redeem always wastes their money. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, apparently I gotta go this way. It's confusing.
That's no way for a young lady to behave.
There we go. The first person is the sacrifice.
Yeah.
Right? You guys heard that one? Maybe. No, don't refund him. He's the sheep. Sacrificial sheep. Let's go do the mission now.
Phyrexis!
Ooh, welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Ed. How you doing? Hello, Club. Thank you so much, Live Action Pixel. How you doing? Welcome in, everyone. You were last playing Marathon. Ooh, what's that? Very cool. Yeah, shout out to Live Action Pixel. How you doing? Welcome in, everyone. I'm Paisley Trees. I'm playing some Red Dead Redemption 1. Raise your hand if you've played this game, because I have not. This is my very first time. I would say I'm like done chapter 1, even though this game doesn't have chapters. I'm in the Mexico part of the map. That's why I'm wearing a poncho. Ed's fault. Okay, great. Thank you, Ed, for sending the community over here. Yes, Ed, lovely member of our community over here. Have you played Red Dead 2? Because this is a sequel. So Red Dead 2 is technically a prequel. Cheers, everyone. Welcome in. Hi, JPJ. Well, I mean, I'm really enjoying it in this game. The architecture is unique. I'm seeing a lot of like Spanish mission style architecture. It feels like they did their research for this part. Thank you for the follow. So appreciated. Let me make sure to follow back here. Whoops. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's obviously not as robust, I could maybe say, as Red Dead 2. But one thing that I really like about this game is that, or the franchise, is that they didn't just throw out all the mechanics between 1 and 2. They really improved what I'm seeing here, like collecting herbs, hunting, the challenges, the missions, everything in Red Dead 2. You see it's not, I don't want to say first draft because that sounds like it's incomplete, but you see the foundations of it in this game, which I'm really enjoying. I think the story is particularly really good, and I think it still looks good. What do you guys think about the graphics? I think it looks pretty good. The world is less detailed, but it's similar to in Red Dead 2 when you do the epilogue and you unlock that part of the map. Busy road. It kind of has the same feel. It's the same location as the epilogues. And it has that same sort of, not necessarily empty, but less detailed than the rest of the map feel. The main thing I think a game needs to get right is the lighting. Also, please feel free to raid and run if you gotta take care of yourself. I appreciate having you here too. GTA 4 is the oldest Rockstar game where you think this graphics still hold. What year is that? Nice. Enjoy your wind down. Look at, yeah, I really like how it looks in the distance because of the lighting. That's such an important part about the graphics to get right. Like kind of like how Valheim gets it right. And even Legend of Kimori, we were playing early access recently. I thought the lighting looked really good too. True, they did improve the textures here too. Came out in 2008. Yeah, I don't think San Andreas would still hold up graphic-wise, but I mean, It does story-wise. I can already picture CJ's hand in my head, and it's kind of like a square. Did I do it? Correct person? This game is really assuming I know Spanish here, and I do not. There's auto aim in this game. So it doesn't take a lot of work to get the shot. Yeah, you can even like aim at the birds. Whoa. Okay, maybe it's too far. But you see? Yeah. It doesn't always hit though. If you're too far, you do miss, even if it auto-aimed for you. Okay, let's look at this town. Chuparosa. Oh, guess we're starting a mission. True stealership. Means a hummingbird?
Hey, gringo! ¿Hablas español?
No.
No, sir.
Je ne parle
Pardon,
pas
pero
español.
yo habla un solo poquito español.
Wait, he speaks rather than me. Damn this guy.
Habla English?
Oh, sí, gringo. Hablo mucho inglés. Hablo filthy fucking bean eater.
Yeah,
Hablo
Birdway.
slippery little Mexican. Hablo little piece of shit. ¿Comprende, amigo? ¿Comprende?
I comprende.
Hey, what are you doing here, gringo? I don't remember inviting you to my country.
I don't think you did, amigo. I mean you no harm.
You mean us no harm? This is funny. What harm could you do to us exactly?
His English is perfect. What the hell?
Nothing, amigo. Now, I
some
appreciate the
chocolate.
welcome committee, but I'd hate to spoil a beautiful afternoon on such beautiful land, with any further unpleasantries. If you'll excuse me.
Hold it, gringo. I think you're forgetting something. A little taxation. I have a large family.
I too have a family friend. So that we may see our families again, I suggest we part ways amicably.
I cannot get over the fact that his English is perfect.
Can I see the boots, gringo?
I think you can see him from where you're standing just fine, senor.
Take
They're
off
gonna
the
do a
boots,
duel?
Americano.
As you wish.
Wow, didn't need to kill the third guy. Well, he took your hat. No, you did. You needed to
very
do that.
good. Very good indeed, sir.
There's the American.
What a great way to improve border relations. An illiterate farmer crossing the river, coming into their civilization and butchering the local peasants.
Illiterate farmer. I
Thank
can
you
read.
very much, sir.
Don't mention it, old man.
You
Is this
kill
a famous
peasants,
voice actor?
You become a peasant.
I never aspired
I'm
to be
pretty sure it's
anything
fake
more.
beer.
A socialist, huh? No wonder you left America.
Many things. Most of them bad. But a man of political principles? No.
Well, then
He doesn't
I
want to
fear
be called a
Mexico may
socialist?
not be for you, sir.
Don't you worry about me.
Oh, but I do worry. An angry man a long way from home, a man who handles a gun as sloppy as you.
I can handle a gun okay, partner.
Yeah, as long as you're killing
Ain't your partner,
quail
pal.
or peasants. But if you have to face another man, you don't stand a chance.
And you do?
Can show you a few tricks. Come with me.
Hold on. What's your name?
That doesn't matter anymore. And you?
I never had a name, mister. I was raised in an orphanage.
A real American, huh? Wonderful. Just wonderful.
A real American.
Well, you won't make it in the circus, but you can shoot. Keep on practicing.
Thank you, old man.
What does that mean? You won't make it in the circus?
Now, who are you?
No one interesting. Who are you?
Landon Ricketts. Not a name that means much anymore.
Means a little. You were famous when I was a boy.
Who is he?
Yeah, killing men's a strange kind of fame.
Trick shots? Okay. They do
I
that
was
in the
fastest
circus?
in my time. I must have been. I'm the only one left.
What are you doing here?
Living quietly.
He was in cigarette cards.
Waiting.
For what?
I like his voice actor.
I don't know.
I've heard of Annie
You?
Oakley.
I'm looking for a couple of men. Bill Williamson.
I love
Javier
Relay.
Escuela. Escuela's from here.
It could be. This whole place is teeming with
Wait, I just
with
realized how
Americans on the
ridiculous his
run.
mustache is.
Mercenaries, locals hell-bent on revolution.
Revolution? Another one?
Yeah. Never really ends. This whole place has been a hotbed for revolution since before the Spanish left. Now there's another local
Damn
guy running
robotic.
around promising the peasants their freedom. Ah, just like the last two or
With the soul
three.
patch? You like the soul patch too?
Local
Ed?
government, foul bunch. Colonel Allende, he runs
Ross
this place
Hagen.
like a feudal king.
He's just a character actor? He sounds so familiar.
An
He's
awful
good.
individual.
Is that so?
Yeah. Until someone puts a bullet in his head. Come on, let's get back to it.
Oh god, that's
You
like
gotta keep
do you-
that back
the way
straight.
he sounds like he's
Otherwise
getting
it
up.
makes the gun jump.
Wow.
See if this Schofield makes a difference. Now that's a real gun. Now that wasn't so hard, was
It's
it?
pretty good.
Come on, I've got another idea.
We got an ad here in a minute here. We're gonna take this ad break.
The birds around here are always raising hell.
Need a bio break.
Scavenging and
Be a
scaring the
quick
life
one,
out of
just
the
a couple
locals.
minutes here.
I say we put your newfound skills to the test while doing a public
Hi, Big
service
Boss.
for the good people of Chuparosa. Here we'll do. I'm gonna scare up some birds. Let's see if you can take down
I
more
can't
than
defend
one
the
at a
badge.
time.
We were talking to this one guy and he had a floating soul patch. Like the graphics was messed up. Show off.
My lord! Nicely done, sir. You've been taught well.
Thank you.
I'd have to say I'm surprised you heard of Landon Ricketts.
It's-
I would've
it's
thought an old goat
kinda
like
better
me
than the
would've been
auto
long
aim.
forgotten by now.
I heard many a story when I was
Yes,
a
really.
boy.
I remember finding
Still
the
do
famous
sometimes.
gunslingers.
What, these days?
I don't remember
find
their
that hard
names
to
though,
believe.
no.
What do people say?
Oh, you know how them conversations go. Fellers arguing over who's the toughest, who's the fastest, and who shot people in the back.
I'd place good money on me still being the fastest.
Is that so, old man?
I spent my life proving people wrong, partner.
Ain't your partner, pal.
Ricketts! Senor Ricketts, Senor Ricketts, por favor, senor. Our bank wagon's under attack just outside of town. We need your help again.
Whoa,
It seems like everybody has a nice
We'll
mustache
take
in this
care of
game.
Thank you, senor. Again, you are the savior of this town.
Well, my friend.
It's yeah,
are
that's
you
what I'm
ready
saying
to
today
take a
too,
list?
Darth. I'm saying it sounds familiar.
Theoretical Exam.
I don't remember who he
I don't
was.
think I ever rode with no savior before.
Let's haul out. Time we put you to
Senior
work on some bigger
Ricketts.
prey.
Got some vitamins. Okay, I'll be right back before we get going here. 1 second. I am back. I actually thought you were implying that he has like a porn background, but you mean no, movies made for Mystery Science Theater. Okay, good. The first bounty in Valentine, the deputy says he's been poisoning people with his miracle tonic, killed more than Landon Ricketts without even pulling a trigger. Okay, so I should know who Landon Ricketts is, huh? There we go.
Come on.
Oh shoot, I'm just going in. The Saint Civ, I gotta use both. Oh shit. I was just considering, oh my god, that's ridiculous. I was just considering getting the birds. Come on.
Come on, these people need me.
I was thinking, do I have time? I did not have time. I was just looking at the birds for a hot sec. Is that a crime?
So why are you looking for these two men?
It's a long story. We used to ride together. We was all friends once.
Only a buzzard feeds on his friends. There must be a high bounty on their heads.
What would you do if somebody took the people you love and told you they'd die if you didn't do as they asked?
I'd show them what a big mistake they'd made.
People you
Look over there.
love.
They're in trouble, all right? Come on.
I thought we were friends!
I can't believe we're still doing training missions.
Keep your eyes peeled. These bandits don't give up easy.
There's a wolf after
See,
me.
you haven't lost your touch, Landon.
Nobody said I had. You talk real big for a boy who couldn't shoot straight a half hour ago.
And
What?
you talk big for an old man who can't stand up straight no more.
Because of Ricketts.
Young
Game sets between me and him.
You're getting it now, Marston. Looks like that's all of them. Come
Oh,
on.
bye.
Let's keep moving.
So much for this quiet life of yours, Mr. Ricketts.
I didn't say I'd become a coward. I'm not going to stand by and watch good people suffer. They've been beaten down for too long. I give them some hope.
They don't know how lucky they are.
Damn right they don't.
And Judah, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Banco? Does that mean bank?
Sano y salvo. Nunca podré agradecer lo suficiente.
Buy me a whiskey later, and we'll call things about even.
I like the character model for him too. Nice. We did it. Fame. We're famous. Let's check out this fountain. For those of you that don't know, my PhD dissertation is on fountains. So I'm very interested in this. I mean, they have jugs that they clearly fill up with this water, but I don't think it's drinking quality. Doesn't look like drinking quality. Ooh, look at this little fireplace. That is so cool. And then I saw another fountain over here. This one looks more like drinking water, maybe. Huh? Thought I saw one here. 2 stars out of 5. Yeah, but I think I saw a 5-star fountain right here. Oh my god, where am I? Where did I exit with, where's Mr. Ricketts?
I hear your reputación, but you know rápido like me.
Oh shit, okay.
Find out, okay?
How does he know my reputation?
Some lessons you gotta learn the hard way.
Vamos! I wish to do where everyone see me kill you. Que no?
Dun, dun, dun. Do I remember how to do this? Just move the target up. Were duels allowed in 1911? Shit. Get him! 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 Oh, I freaking died! What am I doing wrong? Shoot the gun out of his hand. Well, or just die. I'm so far. I guess. Oh shit. Can't I wear this? Mm-mm. I die a lot in duels, don't I? It's fine, let's go do this mission. I meant to do this.
Come on.
I meant to get teleported over here, even though there's fast travel in this game. What's that noise? Not my problem. Now it was a turn-based duel.
Come on.
I didn't even get to buy property in that Chicorosa town. Bad.
Yeah.
I love that they changed the music for this part of the map. Right? I don't think people were dueling back then anyways. I'm dying because it's historically inaccurate. Should we see if this church is open? Ooh. It's beautiful. Anything to loot? No one's here. I'm gonna guess it's $3. Oh, it was nothing. Let's try here. $3? Wow, somebody's already looted the church.
Come on.
Oh, a bounty poster. I can't help everybody who screams, can I?
Go. Slow down.
I can barely even use my... Oh, there's another fountain. I can barely use my horse in here.
Forgive me, friend.
Yeah, well, this is a victimless crime. That had victims. That's different. Oh my god. That was so dramatic of him. There's a gunsmith here. Wonder if they have different guns in Mexico?
I took care of the thief. Here's the money he stole.
Muchas gracias. You can have some of the money for your health, señor.
How much is this gonna be? Like $2? Fame 20. Okay, it's worth it. Maybe it is worth helping these people. I can get famous. Pistolero.
How are you today?
Pistolero.
Buenos dias, señor. I see you know your guns.
I could use a survivalist map. Ooh. Punta Orgulao. Let's get that. Oh, a semi-automatic pistol. I don't think I have that, right? I just have a normal pistol. Bolt action rifle. Is this just as good in this one? I'm thinking about it. Whoa, semi-automatic shotgun. I think someone was asking me about this gun. Semi-automatic shotgun that came out in 1911. I feel like I want to get this.
Sí, usted tiene algo aquí. I can work with this.
I got some stuff to sell.
A todo tu servicio.
Hello, Judah. What part of the world? Oh my god. Sell that cougar pelt. Raccoon meat. Wait, this all seems more expensive. Is it worth more because they're not from around here? Oh, no way. Or is it because of some discount I'm getting? Let's sell this gold bar. Jackson's gold? Who's Jackson?
As you like.
Calhoun's gold? Okay, what's the lore behind this? Tubman? Harriet Tubman?
Si encuentro este cabrón con mi mujer, voy a romper su cara.
This guy's rich. Yes, Judah. I'm currently working on my PhD. I'm in my 7th year. I need to update my like bio. Not 6th year anymore. 7th year. Next year I'll be 8th year. And then I'll be done. So pretty close to done here. I guess I'll sell the hawk feathers. Wow, we got a lot of money here. Just one of these. 2 of these. There's like absolutely no point in keeping this, right? So I gotta sell it all. I'm gonna keep the herb and stuff. Oh, armadillo meat. Okay.
My weapons.
I can buy whatever gun I want. Should I buy this? Robotic? I'm gonna get it. See if it's any good. Oh, I should have done info first. Yeah, let's do the semi-automatic as well. Semi-auto shotgun? Yeah, Judah, I played mostly Civ, or I used to play mostly Civ, and it actually got me into my major, or interested in my major. Have you played Civ 2? I started with Civilization 5. I'm thinking about the semi-automatic shotgun. You know what? Let's give it a shot. It's the most expensive thing. Ooh, exquisite taste. Purchase a rare weapon. I guess that was a rare weapon. But I'm a historian of the Ottoman Empire, so this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse. Ottoman Empire, Middle East. Hola. You play Civ 6? Or you played? Yeah, I love Civ 6. I got like 1,300 hours in that one. And I have 1,500 hours in the new Civ 7, because that's what I started streaming with. The historian who works on Civ 7 did an excellent job. The game, in terms of its historical accuracy, is better than ever. Age of Empires person, sick. Mr. L. Jingles, who is part of our community, rates us sometimes. He plays Age of Empires too. Streams it.
No, mi excelencia. Mis hombres y yo estamos trabajando noche y día.
What's going on right here?
Por su honor. ¿Honor? ¿Qué eres, un muchacho?
I don't understand. I'm Canadian, guys. Don't yell at me. I don't know Spanish.
¿Qué diablos este cabrón? That's the man who helped us defeat Reyes. The man I spoke to you of. A friend of Mexico.
Hello, sir.
I like his haircut.
Hola, gringo. So you
1K hours instead of 4.
Have you
That's
found your
sick.
prey yet?
No, sir.
Perhaps you come to hunt me, huh? Your country loves to make trouble in mine.
Perhaps. but it isn't so.
Another sick mustache here.
Perhaps I should tie you to a horse.
My
and
friend
let it
has this
drag you
mustache, the
around
one with the
town.
curls with
Or
the
let the dogs
twist.
fight you, huh? Then see what you say.
I'd say the same thing.
And high five
I'm
and
here to
welcome
bring
in.
2 men to justice. Nothing more. Your politics or ideas of entertainment are not my concern.
Yeah, I suppose not. Pero son tuyos. Sinceramente, espero que me encontraste alguna compañía más interesante que esa bruja que me traíste anoche.
Let me ask you this, sir.
What do you think he
You know
said?
anything of the men I'm looking for?
Escuela is from this province. His father was a borracho, a drunk who worked as a laborer on land cultivated by my uncle. Men like that are natural allies for Reyes. My people have lived and worked here for 100 years. We brought civilization. And these people,
Then a witch?
fucking monkeys, despise
Oh,
us.
civilization.
We
Take a
brought
shot,
them
everyone.
God. And they turned their back on him. Now I fight to help them from themselves, to save them from themselves. I see in their faces that they would kill me if they could. They see only a tyrant. That is the way it is. These people need a ruler.
Well, sorry to hear that.
Sorry? Why be sorry? It is a way of mankind. A fight.
Mankind, not
between
humankind.
two forces.
No shot.
Que será, será. What will be, will be. But I know one thing, Senor Marston. Force, force, must be used if you're to have your own way.
I'm sure.
Now, perhaps you can do me a favor while I find these men for you.
After we find the men, then I'll help in any way I can.
You are in no position to negotiate. Now, por favor, a bunch of these idiots men are fighting at Tesoro
Look,
Azul.
he looks so hurt. I feel
You
so
head
bad
there
for
and you
him.
lend your support.
Oh no. Stop
Baboso,
bullying him.
¿Cuántas veces voy a decirte?
Baboso probably
No ponga detrás de mí.
baboon.
¿Qué eres, cabrón?
Baboso.
No está mi sombra.
No
Vaya.
está mi sombra. Take off my hat. Don't wear my sombrero. I don't know. Wait
Let's
for
go.
me. Wait for me. I feel so bad for him.
So I finally met your great leader. He certainly lives up to his reputation.
What would you know about leadership?
Only that most can't handle power.
It is easy to criticize power when you have never had it yourself. Maybe it is because you have never been in the presence of a strong man before. I have
Like
seen
dumb.
the pictures of your country in the newspapers.
The
Men breeding
trumpets,
and
listen to
decorating
this.
themselves like women. Vanity is the legacy the British left behind.
Look, I don't know the fella.
What does that even
Just
mean?
saying. That's how he treats his own men.
Coronel Allende controls any situation he's in because he knows that situation can never be allowed to control him. It is what a leader must do. And in case you had not noticed, we're fighting a war. We're all under a lot of pressure.
Pressure to find young girls?
The Coronel needs recreation like everyone else. He does not have time to court women. He's waging a war on ignorance. And is impatient for
Okay, well this
victory.
guy
He's
deserved
trying to inspire
every single
wisdom
ounce
in
of
those
that
more stupid than himself.
emasculating we just
Our men left
witnessed.
some time ago. We're already late. Come on, let's see if you can write. Ha! Can you go any
Let's go.
faster?
Yeah, I got DLC horse, baby. I've tried shooting people many, many times. I'm pretty sure I cannot. My horse, it's getting tired.
Tesoro Azul now. If my men are dead, the rebels will all die. If they're alive, they'll kill me.
He sounds too close for
So, I guess we ain't taking any prisoners then.
my horse. I did it. I won.
¿Por qué tardaste tanto? ¿Y quién es este gringo? Nos debe un favor. Cada hombre ayuda. I hope you fight better than this little girl, gringo. Come, let's have some fun.
Wait, can we use our semi-automatic? I wanna know what this is good. Like, I saw you. Get over here. Oh shit, this sucks. I don't like it. I don't like this gun. Well, I think I like the gun. I don't know what I don't like. I don't like that it doesn't auto-aim for me anymore. Oh, this is a good gun. I'm dying so much tonight. From the beginning, I don't know if I like the semi-automatic. Let's try the bolt action. This has really bad auto I think this was not good at range though. Okay, let's try this again. Shit. Like, paint. It's already dead though. Hi, hi. I can't. That was rough. I think I forgot how to fight.
What you got on you, friend?
The shotgun has way less range, yeah, but it has a good it like kills in one shot. Let's see, let's compare the difference. So we got the bolt action here. Winchester, Springfield. Oh, I have a Springfield rifle. See, the bolt looks really good. Reload speed is really fast. Rate of fire is low, whereas the rate of fire on this shotgun is really good. Look at the difference in range. But yeah, bolt action's the best one. Maybe I should try the pistol. Let's try the pistol more. Let me go looting first.
Sorry about this, partner.
Any other bodies? Looks like the bodies have all disappeared. Okay. Let's try the pistol.
I heard the little oars crying in that house over there.
It'll auto aim when you're in effective range. That makes
Nobody takes
sense.
them before Allende.
We did all this just to get women for Allende?
No, that's just a bonus. This village is riddled with rebels. Make sure they don't have homes to come back to. There are fire bottles over
Yikes.
there. Use them to burn down some of these houses.
Another insane mustache.
You want to find Javier Escuela, don't you? John, you're helping Mexico. Vámonos, muchachos. Buen trabajo.
I don't like these people anymore.
Yo me quedo aquí para vigilar el gringo, Capitán de Santa. You heard the captain?
The fire bottles are over there. Sígame, inútil. No me hagas repetir, eh. No! Burn it down to the ground.
Which one is this? There. Nice, I like the little arch. Let's make sure we loot when we do this. Should I loot the buildings first? No, I'm not poor. I don't need to do that. Yeah, horrific war crimes back on the menu, boys. My poncho got shot. What the hell, man?
Isn't that beautiful?
You really are pathetic.
You need to relax. Come back to the villa and
Good question.
sample some of the new girls before they spoil.
Wow, not the burning cross.
Forgive me, friend.
Wait, let me check inside first. There's nothing to steal. Nope. Okay, cool. Which mission should we do next? We got a D and an LR again, I think. Why is it not on my map? Oh, we're pretty close to LR again here. Let's go back to LR. Let's do one of each. I'm sick of these guys. I played RDR2, Judah. I just finished RDR2 literally less than a week ago. And I had not played RDR1. This is my first time playing RDR1. I really loved everything about RDR2. There's not one thing I could criticize about it. What an amazing game. And that convinced me to play this one. Exactly. And I feel like I did it in the right order. It feels right to play this after.
This looks like the one.
I got like 88% done. I finished it. What do you mean? Yeah, like I'm surprised that they went into so much detail in Mexico too. They got different architecture, they got different terrain types, different vegetation. There's the other fountain. Here we go. This one is a 4 out of 5 fountain. It is broken. It's beautiful though. Yeah, but I did finish the main story more than other streamers. And I did more than other streamers, don't you think, Shiznik? Who's this?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. You are an American.
Yeah, a unique vibe. That's a good way to describe it.
Checked.
Oh, thank God, sir. Thank God. I have had it up to here with Dagos, up to here. savages.
What's this
Well, I do
accent?
what I can to help. But this land was imagined by an angry god for an angry people.
Well, America ain't exactly a peaceful paradise, mister.
Well, I tried, but at least you lot try to speak bloody English. This bloody lot.
This is British?
God, if I'd wanted to speak Spanish, I'd have gone to Spain.
Why didn't you?
Good question. Well, you know, business, I suppose. Devil making work for idle hands, what? Now listen, friend. If you were to go west to Nosalida, I'd give you a reward for picking up a package of mine from the docks. There's
My
some
British
factory
accent's
broken
better than
out
this
there.
guy, right?
It seems like it's more your kind of thing.
Why would I want to do something like that?
Oh, you Americans are all the same, obsessed with bloody money. Well, I will pay you, sir. I will give you a buck. Name's Tollitz, sir. Uriah Tollitz.
Uriah?
How much?
Uriah?
Plenty, sir, plenty.
What the hell is Uriah? Oh, it's a Hebrew name. Notably born in Uriah the Hittite, a loyal soldier in King David's army. That's a new one for me. Uriah the Hittite. It's like the other guy in RDR2 is called Ubeda. There's another
You
one.
will take it and give it to the foreman
New
of the
name for me.
estate at El Matadoro.
Just
He'll
like
be
Seth.
expecting it. Try to give those Dagos hell, what?
Definitely a fantastic soundtrack, agreed. Yeah, I think so too, Deluxe Guy. I think it's better to play RDR2 first. Because also you have to be a little bit more patient with this game. It's more rough around the edges. And I think playing RDR2 gives you the motivation to like play through the story and try to figure out what's happening. Because the story is, yeah, the missions take you all over the place. Oh yeah. Another property. At least no hole in this one. I mean, yes, we know Ubeda because do you remember Ubeda in RDR2? We know him because that's the name of the mosque in RDR or in Civ 7. Ubeda Mosque. I gotta go to sleep, huh? So we had heard that one before. I haven't heard this one. Excuse me. Let's go to bed. Hopefully the holes in my poncho will disappear. I hope we see Dutch in this game. Oh no, my holes are still here. Let's maybe change our outfit. And then go back to the poncho. Oh no, I have permanent holes in my poncho? Guys, look how disgusting this outfit is. Like, what the hell were they thinking? Oh, those were always there? Oh, okay. Can we get a new one? Obadiah?
Muy interesante. Gracias.
Like Jebediah?
Mr. Marston, how the devil are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Mr. Ricketts?
I'm good. I'm glad you're here because these men were just telling me about Mr. Escuela.
Javier Escuela?
Emilio, let me ask you something. His nombre is Javier Señor Escuela? Is Javier to see?
No sé, señor.
He doesn't know.
I got that.
Yeah, I got that.
Ask
Thanks
him,
a lot,
was he
Mr.
about
Rickett.
5'8", mustache.
Doesn't know.
Did he have an American in tow? A big American?
Emilio, estaba con,
Grande
Grande
Americano.
Yo no sé.
That's a joke.
Again, I got that.
But they do have his sister. Emilio's, I mean. She's a fine young woman. Teacher. A human being. Not the clothed vermin so many people seem to have turned into.
Tell him I'm sorry.
When a man's family is involved, you need a little more enthusiasm than mere apologies.
I have enough worries, sir. This man's problems pain me, but they're not quite my own.
Those who sit on the fence make a choice, in their own way. Don't you think, Mr. Marston?
Oh, that
course.
mustache. Ew.
And what about you, Ricketts?
The way it covers his mouth.
A man
Hi,
living in
mouth.
the past?
Welcome in.
Man who ran away from home? What choice did you make?
I'll tell you what choice I made. I'm a fighter, sir, and I'll fight to the end. I think we should get going.
Ew. Grande Americano.
I'm gonna take the train.
You
can
definitely
come
did
with
that
me
on purpose.
Right ahead to El Matadero.
Oh, the way the rain sound changes too is so cool.
I've been hearing some things about you, John Marston.
Really?
That perhaps you're more in need of my help than I thought.
Is that so?
And some recent encounters with this Bill Williamson fella haven't gone exactly in your favor.
Funny how everyone seems to know my business, but nothing about the men I'm looking for.
It isn't easy getting the locals to talk.
Where are we going? Oh no, my property with the hole in the roof is gonna get flooded. I swear those holes were not
It's the
there
only way to
before.
travel, so they keep telling me. We'll get off at Casa Madrugada and ride from there.
Those holes do not look like they were there before. Do I just watch or?
You rest. Don't worry about me. I'm too old for sleep. I'll wake you when we get there.
Too old for sleep, funny. I don't know if I missed a cutscene with him, but it's fine. El Bigote Armirlo? What's a bigote?
Come on. Horses are over here.
Oh, the mud sound. Can you guys hear that? Oh, gross.
Come on. First stop, El Matadero.
El Matadero.
We need to find a
That
man called
means
Carlos.
the bull.
I was told he could help us. We'll ask around when we get there. But we don't want to draw attention. See if you can keep your gun holstered for once.
You're the hero around here, Mr. Ricketts. Not me.
Corona.
What does the army want with this Luisa girl anyway?
She's a rebel, and apparently close to their leader, Reyes. She's a pretty young thing. That's normally reason enough for Allende.
So I've heard.
She's a good woman, a teacher. If they lay a finger on her, I swear I'll feed those bastards their balls.
Why did a bunch
Here
of
we
people
are.
just come at us? That
Looks kind of
scared me.
sleepy, don't it? Whoa! All right, let's find this Carlos guy.
Ugh.
Carlos,
See?
we're here for Luisa. She's still being held up in the caves?
Yes. She's still up there. Who's the cowboy? We're here to help.
I'm a cowboy.
Muy bien. I can distract the guards. You and the gringo can get inside.
Let's do it.
Well, we're both technically gringos. Why am I being called out for it?
I'm talking, senor. The rest I will leave to you.
All right, let's find Luisa.
Maybe you and the other gringo? He's way more tan. Is he though? They made John look Italian in this. The mud sound. What are they doing? Yeah, I saw his Spanish dealership. Grande Americano, see? What am I supposed to do here? Oh shit.
I need to get out of here!
Oh shit. I'm just gonna die every single mission, I guess. The goal for tonight is to not die in a single mission.
Hope you're ready for this.
Yeah, that was quick. 4 stars, thank you. What gun do you think we should get? Definitely bolt action for this one. What am I supposed to do? I don't understand the mission. Am I supposed to hide behind the rock like he does, or...? The rock is not big enough for both of us. I guess, yeah, I was supposed to wait there. Whoops. Does this rock look big enough for both of us? Shit.
Hey, hola. ¿Qué tal?
¿Qué quieres? ¡No puedes estar aquí!
Hace calor hoy. Bien bochornoso, ¿verdad?
No lo voy a decir otra vez. ¡No puedes estar aquí!
Oye, soy yo, Carlos. Pues trabajo en el matadero.
What
No
did
me
it say?
importa quién eres. Esta es una zona militar.
Can we
prohibida.
start, or...?
Vete a casa.
Me gustan sus botas. Muy bonitas. Mi hermana tiene las
I can't
mismas.
tell if they're
Pinche
like, oh,
campesino de
it's
mierda. Te
time or
voy a
not
colgar
time.
al lado de tu cerdo.
Okay, you know what? Is there English subtitles? Display on. Oh no, there's no English subtitles? Are you kidding me? Damn it.
Váyanse al infierno, traidores.
Yeah, but many people do.
That's all you. Christ alive!
Wow, good job,
Come
Mr.
on, let's
Ricketts.
get
You did
into those
nothing.
caves.
What have we got here?
Whoa, $6. These people are rich.
Stay with me.
This doesn't look good. Keep at him, Marston.
Give it up!
This way. Don't give him any room. Come on, stay with me.
The warning sounds your country, ain't it?
Nearly there.
Do you guys hear a wolf screaming, or is that a girl screaming?
My lord. Call yourself soldiers? Looks like we might need a little
I feel like the
dynamite to
game
get it
got
open.
worse
Keep watch
when
while I get
Ricketts
it
taught
ready.
me his tricks. I feel like I don't understand how to use Ricketts' ability here. I missed the auto aiming. Oh, shit. Wow, that sucked. Like, what's the point of marking if it's just one guy?
Get behind the table. I'm gonna blow it.
Which table?
Stand back, damn it! Here goes.
What is that screaming? Oh my god, I'm scared.
Come on, boy. Poor girl's barely alive.
That's it? I just stood there?
Let's get the hell out of here before any more of them show up.
Do I have time to loot the bodies, or
Can I have this?
can I have this?
Look out! More of them! Well done, sir. I taught you well.
Did you? Where's the guy? Where is he? I'm scared.
Toma, imbécil!
That one almost got me.
Yeah, that one almost did get you. Okay.
Hurry before they send more guards.
Okay, let's get out of here then. No more looting.
Someone might as well have this.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the dynamite. Don't worry about that part.
Looks like Carlos left us some horses. Come on.
Which one do I get on? Oh, did I get on your horse? I'm sorry. No, which horse am I supposed to get on?
Let's go before any more of them show
Oh
up.
my god, this woman's gonna fall off.
Work.
They're all gonna come from the top, aren't they?
Go there. Come on, come on.
I guess let me go first. I don't know.
Left.
Oh, he didn't die. There we go.
Buenos noches. Come on, man.
Oh man, I missed the way the gun worked before the stupid Mr. Ricketts taught me his stupid trick. It would just automatically pick the targets. How do I get that back?
Yeah.
You coming? Taking his
Damn,
sweet
where the hell
time.
is Carlos? I thought he was meeting us here.
Right there.
I hope he's coming. I don't want to wait longer than we need to.
No, that's not Carlos.
There he is. Talk about cutting it fine.
Who even is Carlos?
Luisa! Gracias a Dios.
Thank you for saving me.
Oh,
You're
she's
good
good.
men. Friends of the people of this land.
Was someone named Harvey Escuela one of the men holding you?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. But I remember that name from prison. Bad people spoke of him.
I told you, Johnny's still in Mexico.
Okay, then. I guess we'll keep looking.
Yeah.
Okay, that's that. I'm pretty famous. So I guess one of the missions, like the what's his name? Rickson missions are helping us find Javier, and the other one is helping us find Bill. Wow, we are so far.
Come on.
Okay. Let's ride out to another Rickon. No. Landon. Let's do another Landon mission.
Yo.
Look at that one single rock there. That is so cool. Okay, yes, can I help you?
We need to deliver some of this dynamite. Are you interested in making some dinero?
No. No, I'm not messing around with some dynamite. You do it yourself if you want it delivered. That's ridiculous. Oh, we have another L mission on the map now. Where's that one? LRD. Did you guys see that? Oh, right here. Luisa Fortuna. Ooh, I'm curious. Let's go see her mission.
Let's go. Come on.
No, I do not Instacart dynamite. Not from a stranger.
Let's go.
Whoa. Maybe DoorDash.
Come on.
The trees are so beautiful here too. The palm trees, I love seeing that. Ooh, I want to go in here. What's in here? You okay? This is so weird. Why are they bothering me? Can I come in here? Wow. Wow. Look at all these nuns.
How are you, ma'am?
This place is so cool. I'm assuming there's going to be a mission here later. See, churches should be rich. I don't know why they don't have loot for me. Oh. Oh. Okay, wow. This is beautiful. They love me here. I think she did steal her ship. You're right. I wonder if we can find her. Have you played this game?
Why, hello, my dear.
Hello.
Any of them her? I don't think so. I don't think so. No. Take her own horse. I wonder if she's in this game. I cannot go looking at every nun. I feel like either the game brings her to me or she's probably not in it.
That makes you mine. Yeah.
Oh, you can earn more from selling these rare materials to shops in other territories. Okay, cool. Except these are all just wolves I've already seen before. You haven't played it in yours? So you played it before you played RDR2, so you wouldn't even remember. Yeah, this isn't gonna be rare. Anywhere. I've seen wolves everywhere.
Oh, Lord.
Unless they mean different provinces and not just between America and Mexico. Ooh, third area. Where my wife is? Like Blackwater? This whole revealing the parts of the map once you progress through the story is such a great game mechanic. Does anyone else love that? I love it. It keeps the game so fresh. 5 a.m. and 2 p.m. That's such a tiny window of time. They removed it in GTA 5. No, it's annoying? Really? You don't like it? Oh man, I guess I should just camp before... Yeah, I'm already here. I'm scared. That looks scary. Let's try camping. Until, she says 5 to 2 p.m. Okay. There anything to craft? No. Just save, which means sleep, right? That was suspicious. Can we do it one more time? I think it adds 6 hours every time you sleep. What time is it? I don't have a watch.
Come on.
That was scary. It was stalking me.
Oh, what were you eating?
Hi, Saharo. Yep, I'm in my poncho. Unfortunately, I got bullet holes in it. Ah, Bobcat is new.
Go.
Wolf is not new, but it is worth so much money, I feel like. I'm gonna do this. There's a start menu. Watch. Oh yeah, it's 6 p.m. or a.m. Probably a.m. Good call. I don't think it comes with any effects.
You stink.
What's scarier, a bobcat or a wolf? Shit, so many wolves up there.
Let's make this quick.
Yeah, it looks like they're coming for me. In real life. Where'd they go?
Come on.
I feel like bobcats, I see and hear more about them in cities. So in that sense, they're a little bit scarier. The music is so good. Listen to this jazz music. Apparently coyotes don't attack humans. That's what Robotic was saying. Someone was saying.
Ah, Señor Marston. Mamá, papá, este es el gringo que me salvó.
Muchas gracias. My family's indebted to you. Forgive my English.
What's happening?
Great and terrible things. The revolution is coming. The country will be in turmoil once more. This time, we hope it's the last time.
Does that seem likely?
With Abraham Reyes, anything is possible.
Where's your family going?
My parents and my brother are headed to the hills. My sister has to flee. The army have an unfortunate way of treating women.
And you?
Don't worry about me, Mr. Marston. I'm living in history. I'm not afraid to die.
Damn.
Your nobility's almost as affecting as your naivete.
I would rather be dead than a cynic like you, Mr. Marston.
Damn.
I would too.
I know you're not really like that. You saved me.
Luisa, ¿quién va a salvar a mi
And
nana?
Piole.
Tenemos que llevar al puerto su
Let me
barco
know if I
sale al
said that right.
anochecer.
Thank you
No
so
queda
much for the
tiempo.
follow.
Mr.
Welcome
Marston,
in.
can I ask one more favor of you? Can you take my sister to the docks? We are sending her to work for a kind man in the Yucatan. She's too young for revolution.
Okay.
Poor girl.
Anything I can do to help out?
The boat leaves at sundown. Miranda, vamos.
Oh, Dios, Miranda. Ten cuidado. Adiós.
This is so sad, guys.
Emilio works as a driver. We will take his stagecoach.
Who's Emilio? Am I driving?
I think we should go. It is not too far. I will show you the way.
I guess I'm driving. What's that watch in front of me? Oh, before sundown. Shoot, okay. I feel like I'm gonna go off of work. I have that feeling.
¡Paren! ¡Papeles! Este camino está prohibido.
What do they want now? Act normal. It's
Cool.
nothing to worry
Happy
about.
to see you here on Twitch.
Te conozco.
I've been to TV.
Eres un pinche rebelde. ¡Disparen! ¡No la dejen escapar!
¡Madre de Dios! ¡Cielos!
Forward that came from!
Well, that's not good.
Is that an army checkpoint? What is that wagon doing? Take a left here. Stay away from them. ¡Válgame Dios! Did you see that? No!
Oh shit. They got her. She got shot.
I will show you the way. We must be careful to avoid the army, or they will kill us both.
Okay, so when I aim, my horses are just gonna go off the cliff, is what it's telling me.
Look, senor! More soldiers! Head right! Head right! ¡Qué demonios! ¡Van a pudrir en el infierno! Come on, hurry! ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
stupid goat.
Keep going, we can make it! More of them, near the train tracks! Head right, we will get back to the main road! Faster, we cannot slow down! There is little hope for you, senor!
Oh, I have no more Deadeye left.
You think I'm joking?
Shit, my horses, they turned around. No more Deadeye left, I know. Kind of necessary for this mission. The horse sounds, it is a lot. Should I turn down the sound? Did you say the horse sounds? So my friend, she always says hello by accident. We're in the clear. Loud. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. Let's try down here.
Another roadblock, senor! Take a left here!
They got the car turned around.
It's just me and you, partner.
Oh, it's this guy? Okay. Spinning in place seems to work, because then they can't get us either. They just get the back of the wagon. Girl's a tank. Look at all these shots. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Hole. There we go. Just like bleeding through her shirt, not even saying a word.
Go right here!
This game and 50 Cent make me think gunshots aren't that bad.
Take a left here! Don't let them stop us now! We are nearly...
Is that better, the sound? Oh, look at the lighting. Wait, this is where I live. Basic, thank you.
We made it in time! Thank you for everything. Will I see you when I return?
Not likely. I ain't planning on staying very long.
In some other life, then.
Maybe. You should get going. Travel safely.
You mean make it more quiet, robotic? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh wow, look at this lighting. More loud? Oh, okay. Let's see where we want to head out to now. We've got a D mission. I got this stranger mission. I've got LR. Should we do LR or D? Oh, there's still another Louisa one. I guess I'm closer to D right now. Can I go back to America or am I stuck here? I can go back? Okay. I'm thinking about it because I need to collect red sage. I need to get 4 red sage here. I'm wondering if it's necessary to do because the next challenge is probably going to be in Mexico. And like, I don't know, I want to be able to do all of those challenges for the outfits. In Nuevo Paraíso for the map. I don't know how to do this one. Sharpshooter. Kill 5 flying birds from a moving train. Where do I even find a moving train from? I'm guessing these are the ambient challenges. I'm hoping they don't mean all of this for ambient. But yeah, this one. Collect 4 red sage. I just kind of want to do this. Is that weird? I like that idea, Kindred. Let's do that too. And then if I look here... See, it doesn't tell me anything about where this is. But I know it's in, Oh! Is this like Monument Valley? These look small though. I just cannot tell where this is at all. Or how big these are. I haven't seen anything like that yet. So yeah, I want to get the sage. I want to kill birds from a moving train. And I want to get this treasure. What was the other mission? The hunter. I need to kill 1 more boar. Yeah, maybe we, after this one mission, let's go back to America, get all of those challenges done, and then come back. Because I want that outfit. Just wondering if those are all a waste of time, though. Mexico 500-year history. Let's start there. I like it. What do you want?
El hombre, he killed my horse. Please, ayúdame.
Like, do I care? No. Do I want the fame? Yes.
Let's go.
What's a good movie to watch about Mexico?
Come on.
That ain't your horse.
Let's go.
Practice lassoing. YouTube Mama también. I forgot this. What's the joke?
Come on.
Tell me the joke. JPJ, thank you so much for the sub. Wow, 4 months. That is awesome. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Roma. I've seen that. I saw that in theaters. Wait.
This is yours, partner.
No, I saw something else called Roma.
Dios te bendiga, señor.
Pan's Labyrinth? That's gonna teach me about Mexico? What am I thinking of? The one about, like, Rome, the city. Okay, what are you guys talking about? Roma. No, I did see this in theaters. Yeah, I'm just gonna get confused with something else. Yeah, I saw this in theaters. I'm trying to remember what it was about. I don't remember it though. Did I see this in theaters? Yeah, I remember this scene. I specifically remember this scene. Like this. I remember her going to a soccer field. Oh my god. Okay, what's it about? Okay, I'm trying to remember if this was the movie I thought was really similar to that Japanese movie I saw. That's the opening scene. That part stuck. I remember seeing two foreign films at the same time. It was, I think, this one and then a Japanese one. Shoplifters. Yeah, they're both 2018. Yeah, I saw both of these at the same time. I thought they were very similar, so I got like the plots a little bit jumbled up in my head, I think. This one was also a really good movie, but obviously not about Mexico. Oh, Agent Secreto. I've not seen that one, I'm pretty sure. $2025. Okay, cool. Portuguese film, or where's it set? It's in Brazil. Okay, let's add it to the list. Are you in our Discord? Ooh, as an art historian, you think I would like it? Yeah, I'm into foreign films. Or like art house films, I guess they're called. Some of your tribe were on the Mexican border. Were on the Mexico side when the border was set. Then they are more native than us over here, but speak Spanish. Interesting. Are you still any of your family, or was your family all together?
We've been betrayed.
What's happened?
There's no time.
Is there any like contact between the two parts of the tribe?
I have men waiting for us, just outside Escalera. Vamos!
By contact, I mean, do you guys do stuff together? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
What's the hurry, Santa?
Any reunions?
Activities?
Cheers, Bars. Thank you.
The Colonel has given me urgent orders.
Which are?
To kill them all.
Yeah, border crossed us in action. Exactly.
So!
Los rebeldes tienen una fortaleza
I thought I was riding shotgun.
Abraham Reyes tiene un verdadero ejército. Dicen que hay cientos de hombres apostados a Torquemada.
I don't know. We're looking for Bill still.
We do not have time for this.
Ride with De Santa to Torquemada. What are you up to tonight, Bars? What happened to that girl you saw that you had a date with? Yeah, Turk mother.
Stay alert. Something doesn't feel right.
Holy
shit.
You wanna help? What was I gonna do about that?
There's a convoy waiting for us. Come, we must hurry.
Mount my horse.
What's the hurry, DeSanta? Where we go?
I think I failed every single mission tonight. I don't think there's been one mission. Oh no, I did drive the girl without failing. I did not fail one mission tonight. In Canada. Hurry up.
Captain Espinosa has set a camp at the base of the
Okay, what am I supposed to do here?
Join forces with him there.
Skip to destination, I guess. Can I avoid the whole blowing things up?
Wake up. We're almost there. Keep your eye out. I have a bad feeling about this. Sinambo, cover up! We need to get to the camp!
Like, John, use your freaking gun. Use your gun.
Who's that? I hope you got money for a funeral!
Mierda! They're behind us!
Come on. Oh my god, this game has gone messed up.
Let's see what mess that idiot Espinosa has made.
See that
What's
deranged
going on?
captain at Tesoro Azul?
Hi, Rockstar.
Is he leading this attack?
Me? Espinosa does not lead anything.
I thought you was the same rank.
He is an angry dog we let out to run sometimes. Marisol, I'm in charge here.
Oh, you live quite far. What, like Scarborough and Brampton kind of far,
Follow me.
or further?
We will leave the wagon here.
Not this guy again.
Rebeldes que tú y tus hombres se habían
You believe in love.
Ten cuidado con ese tono de voz. Basta.
Come on, ignore the stupid idiot. Shut your mouth off his boy. Gringo, take that sniper rifle over there.
Downtown in Vaughan. Oh. Vaughan's the worst. There's like no public transportation either. My friend lives in Vaughan. There was thankfully one TTC that would go to Promenade. We could use that to meet up. But yeah. I mean, that's not enough distance to stop you for sure. It's not like Brooklyn and Manhattan kind of distance. Who's in Vaughan? Which one's in Vaughan? Whoever's in Vaughan needs a car.
Vamos! Sígueme al bloqueo! ¡Han abierto una brecha! ¡No les dejen pasar!
Ooh, say more. What's the age difference?
Come on, man! You're a hard man, are you?
Okay. This, then R1.
Adelante!
That one, okay. She has a Vaughan. She has a car.
This is mighty generous of you, mister.
There's no way to live in a suburb without a car. Especially that one. It's way worse than Richmond Hill or something.
Every man fights, including you!
I'm fighting.
Vengan!
I feel like I used all my good luck fighting those damn birds. Sir?
You or me, friend. You or me.
El valle está despejado. Avancen!
Trying to. Oh, we're going this way, I guess. Hopefully she's not too young to drive. Hopefully the age difference isn't that insane. Ooh. There's a dead body over there. That was awful. Wait, I got this. Where'd he go? Oh, he's dead. Okay.
All right, let's see.
Both your siblings have partners 10 years older, Sister with a man and brother with an older wife. Nice. No, for sure it can work. It just depends if, like, on the stage in life they're in. Like 25-15 doesn't work. 35-45 works way better. 28-38 works totally fine. Hi College Rob, how you doing?
That one almost got me.
Exactly why it doesn't work.
Come on, ladies, this ain't fair. Send out some men.
God, how many of these guys are there? This is the best range gun I have, though. Wait, what's that? There's such a thing as safe date XCK problem? I've never heard of that. Is there such a thing as that? I'm killing. Are you killing? Shit. Someone shot me. Oh, how far back is this damn checkpoint?
Buen trabajo, soldados. Vamos. Hay más sangre que derramar.
I do think fundamentally, Bill, something changes about the brain around 23-24. I mean, I think 25 is the biological date you start to die instead of regenerating.
Put your guns down and run back to your family.
But I also think as a society, we've sort of set things up that adulthood and responsibilities kind of start after 23. So it's not just a biological thing, it's just where people are in stages of their lives too. In terms of being independent, being able to make
What have you got for me?
important decisions for themselves, that kind of expectation's been pushed back a little bit here, which is fine. We'd live longer, why not? Canada, I'm stuck. There's too many of us in this one. There we go, got him this time. Shit, there's so many of them. What the hell is this horse doing here? Is this my horse? God, they just won't give me any space. What am I doing? What are you guys doing? What are we doing? What is any of us doing? I'm so dead. Oh god, okay. First this, then R1. I keep pressing R1 too soon. Oh. That guy just died, whoops.
This is where it is, buddy! Right here!
Can I get all of them?
I warned you, didn't I?
La victoria es nuestra, soldados.
Ustedes son todos héroes.
Are we good?
Stop doing that!
Oh. Long arm of John Marston. Kill 500 enemies.
Amigo, ¿qué pasa? A killer like you deserves fine women and wine. The best place
Wait,
to
what,
live a
Darn?
man.
I didn't read any of
I need
this.
some information, DeSanta.
All in good time. My man and I will finish our business here and we can talk back at Escalera.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up
Next
in a
time I
second.
see you, I need
No,
some
I'll look
answers.
into it. I'll look into it. I'm
Captain.
interested.
Go get drunk, go get a woman!
Of
Enjoy
course,
life.
the
It's a beautiful struggle.
computer science kids have come up with some formula. Half your age plus 7 rule. I have heard that before. What would that be for me? Thank you for the cheers log. Cheers to you. Oh, that's quite old. Like 15, 6, what's 16 plus 7? No, I'm just doing the math wrong. That's not that old. That's pretty young. That's way too young. Okay, guys, I'm 33. What's that rule for me? I can't even do the math right now. What? More cheers? Cheers again. Thank you. It was 27 in my head. Yogurt. Nice. Look at all these cheers. Cheers, 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 everyone. Let's take a break here. Bask in the cheers. I know I was going like from 15, I was like, no, 16, and then I was doubling it by 2 again. Maybe this is real alcohol. And I think Locke may also be drinking along here with us. Cheers again, Locke. There may be a chance. I don't think so. I don't think Dr. Crow would do that to me. Okay, what did I miss about the research? You cannot imagine dating a 23-year-old. You were going out every night 10 years ago. What was I doing at 23? I was in Turkey. I was teaching children in China English. I was depressed. I was not going out every night. That's not true for me. I'm pretty confident the stuff about brain stops developing at 25 has been debunked. The changes we see in people are just life experience. Cheers, Tiger. How you doing? Welcome in. Got a little... No, I got nothing left. I'm gonna go get some drink. Are we in the middle of an ad? No. My thing just glitched. No, I've heard that our cells stop dying or stop regenerating at 25. Is that a lie? Isn't it kind of that there's no evidence it stops developing at any age? Okay, say more, Birdwife. Okay. You know what? I never got this from a trusted source. My friend just told me that when I turned 25. Does the human body stop regenerating cells? I think it's as fast as you make them, faster than they die at 25. The human body does not instantly stop regenerating cells faster than they die at 25. Instead, a gradual decline in stem cell function and regenerative capacity begins in the late 20s to early 30s, leading to a slow shift where cell death eventually outpaces production. Can you accept that one? Can you accept that as truth, Darth? Oh, this is the dating pool thing. Okay, I can't zoom in. Let me read it. Sucks. The median first marriage age is 26. Is that true? I don't know a single married 26-year-old personally, except myself. The pool of singles is shrinking. I'm running out of time. Actually, not quite. Yes, older singles are rarer, but as you get older, the dateable age range gets wider. An 18-year-old's range is 16 to 22, whereas the 30-year-olds might be more like 22 to 46. I did some analysis of this with Census Bureau numbers just last weekend. That's so creepy. Your dating pool actually grows until middle age. 50 don't fret so much. Singles dating pool. Did your analysis say anything about the dating prospects of people who spend weekends at home making graphs? Come on, somewhere at the edge of the bell curve is a girl for me. Funny. Why the girl for me and not the guy for me? What kind of assumptions are we making here? Yes, Birdwife. Exactly. I actually don't think it's biological. I think it's the life experience to be totally mature. Although, you know, I hear stories of my mom and my father when they were married at 18, and when she's telling me how their relationship was, they're only 3 years apart. She was 18, he was 21. I'm like, oh, you were not married. You were not ready to be married. Like, you guys sound extremely immature. Maybe they should have waited a little bit longer. Please be mad at math. Funny, funny, funny. It's not a lie, Robotic. It wasn't a lie. Doesn't the cell all refresh every 10 years or something like that? There needs to be a shared frame of reference. Yeah, that's a good point, Tiger. As a dude, 40 felt like I finally understood the world. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Things just get better. Okay, wait. What did Yogurt send me? I missed that link, Yogurt. McGill University. Is 25 really the magic number? The idea that your brain fully develops at 25 has become a cultural catchphrase. Whatever. But science tells a messier, more fascinating story. Here's why the myth persists and what neuroscience really says. Okay, well, just give me the shorter version. See, that's not what I said. I said you'd start dying at 25, not that you're not developed until 25. My 24-year-old roommate still can't do taxes. I'm struggling with taxes, maybe because taxes are just unnecessarily complicated in this country. There's no magic switch at 25. I don't think anybody was actually saying that your 25th birthday is a magic switch. Obviously not. It's just a range. Yeah, okay, so all it's saying is that it's a range. I don't think this is the gotcha you guys think it is. It's kind of like saying a 2-year-old can talk and walk. Some 2-year-olds can't. Some 2-year-olds do exceptionally well at walking and talking. But you can still say a 2-year-old can walk and talk even though it's not fully true. I wonder how much Kong is that because men are coddled a little bit more. It's a range so broad, it's meaningless though. Okay, so between 20 and 30, we can say it's kind of like a curve. You're regenerating, and then you start declining in how much more cells you're creating than killing. No, this article, I gotta say, this doesn't seem scientific at all. This just feels like a simplification of research. Let's read this one. Most organisms experience changes in regenerative abilities through the lifespan. During aging, numerous tissues exhibit a progressive decline in homeostasis and regeneration that result in tissue degeneration, malfunction, and pathology. The mechanisms responsible for this decay are both cell intrinsic, such as cellular, senescence, as well as cell extrinsic, such as changes in the regenerative environment. Okay, what's the conclusion? No conclusion here. Ooh, this is interesting though. Right, because there's different types of cells. So your heart and your spinal cord develop much younger, basically in the womb, right? Because this is the beginning of life. Your digits, hair cells begin in the womb. They stop developing while you're young. Whereas your other things, like your blood, I don't know what those two are, your muscles, your cells, your bones, your neurons, are on a decline. I still can't walk and talk. I'm 27. Okay, this break was necessary though. Thank you all. I'll wait until the ad break to grab a drink, and then we'll keep playing here. Just in a few minutes, in 10 minutes here. She will continue her graduate studies. Wait, who's this? Who's Sophie? The average life expectancy for most of human history, like Birdwife says, it's always been between 60s and 80s historically, but infant mortality was way higher, way higher. And that skewed it a lot. So if you could make it past a certain age, then you had a lot better chance of surviving till your 60s. Am I complaining two different things, or are you complaining two different things? Because all I said is that at 25, you start to lose more cells than you regenerate. Where are we? I didn't say you fully mature at 25. Mature, I think, is more a social construct.
What have we got here?
Okay, we got $900. Sorry. Oh shit. My bad. What am I supposed to do here? Just loot or just go home? It feels bad not looting. Oh, I can't go in there? Okay. Cool. This place is cool. Do you guys see those rocks that our treasure map wants us to find? Yeah, it's definitely not the Monument Valley rocks because it looked a lot more bumpy. So let's do either. Oh man, I think I want to do a mission then. They're all so far. Maybe let's go to America. Let's slow down on the missions. Go kill a boar, do our challenges, get some desert sage, find my horse. It was in your early 30s when you started to feel the consequences of your life choices, like physically, Tiger, or career-wise and other things. Can I set up camp? I don't know why I find my horse just to set up camp. I don't think I need to do that. Nope, I need to get out of here. See, I don't know if I've come to God moment. Is that what it's called? I haven't had that moment yet, personally. I don't think so. Well, yeah, I feel like I will one day regret not exercising. But that day hasn't come. No, maybe that day has come, actually. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Tiger. I think I'm starting to feel the consequences of not exercising. Oh, this is all... Oh, I can't go back to America. I can't go back to America. That's funny, Yogurt. Oh no, I'm stuck here. That's weird. Maybe that's true to Yogurt. I should just go out and see how bad it is. I think the main reason why, though, I feel like I am starting to regret not setting up, like, the habit of exercising in my 20s is not that...
You want to make some money? Ven conmigo.
What do you want me to do? No, no thank you.
Easy up there.
Oh, I'm a little bit curious. Okay, what do you want? Let's go.
They're delivering provisions to the market. You steal one of the wagons, I give you good money.
No, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not gonna be a bad person. Yeah, I mean, I can still go on long hikes. I'm fine. The main issue is that I never set up the habit. And I feel it feels a little bit harder to set habits now. Yogurt, exactly. I can go back, just not fast travel? Okay.
Gentlemen, I thank you. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mr. Marston.
I used to be part of a
Just fine, thank you.
Christian Chinese
Very well,
softball
sir.
team.
Thank God my wife died. Unlucky in love.
Or league.
Lucky in cards. Tarzan, champagne for everyone.
Keep playing, Mr. Ricketts.
Hi,
I'm
Viviani.
sorry, Herr Muller. I'll keep playing you in servitude for the rest of your
You
life.
just
on
turned
Earth,
26,
if
you're
that makes
young.
you happy. Yes, I shall indeed, sir.
Well then, your deal.
Oh, Marston, would you like to join us?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I'm just
No,
gonna-
sorry, no.
Oh, come on.
I guess
Sit
no.
Sit down.
Okay then, gentlemen. Hey.
Namakshon!
I have no idea. I mean, all my best friends were Chinese and Christian.
Another
And Korean.
American. Now I need 2 pairs of eyes.
So that's how I got
Muller,
roped
we
into
might have to
this
send you off prospecting for more
softball
silver
league when
soon.
I was younger.
Bold.
Folding.
No, thank you. Always a pleasure playing with you, Mr. Muller.
But you'll never guess our team name. Keep in mind, I did not name our team.
Mr. Marston,
And
I hope
everybody
you
else in the
realize you're
team was
president
Chinese.
of the keenest German minds in all of Mexico. That's me out.
Was I talented? No, they just needed more girls on the team, Sorrow. Maybe that's how I got into it. They had like a gender parity thing or ratio thing.
Excuse me?
You fucking looked in my fucking cards, you fucking cheat.
I'm not even winning the
Herr Muller,
hand.
Let's calm down. There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. Your Yankee friend here is a fucking cheat.
What kind of accent is this? German? Okay.
Oh yeah, you know exactly what you did.
They need to stop with the accents.
Yeah, I know exactly what I did, friend, which was nothing. Now, I'd prefer if we
The illiterate Greek. Oh, that's such a good book title.
You planted this guy, Ricketts.
I love it.
Why would
Sorrow.
I do that?
No, we were called
I've already
Sack
beaten
of
you.
Rice.
Now calm down and let's finish the game.
There's no more cards.
You have to say it really
Yourself
fast
there,
to get the Christian reference.
There must be a name for this.
A standoff?
An impasse, sir. An impasse.
An impasse?
We could all die
Yeah, pretty clever.
here now.
I'm not fighting you, Ricketts, but the Yankee him I don't like.
He's done you no harm, Muller.
He's done me no good either. Outside, winner takes the pot.
The winner will
If you
take
say
what
it
he
fast, it
wants.
sounds like
The other man
sacrifice.
will be in no
Sorrow, that's why they
position.
picked it.
Sanchez will be my second.
As you wish, Germany. As you wish.
Well, we're just gonna call people by their ethnicity? Is that all you got, John?
Walk with me, John.
How
I
about
wanna
like
make sure you know how
Baldy?
this is gonna work.
Some other nickname for this guy?
A duel is all about time.
I guess
You
Baldy's
pull your
kind
gun
of
too
trite
soon,
too.
You'll be less accurate. After you draw, pick your shots carefully, like I showed you. Once you've picked your marks, the rest, my friend, is in the hands of fate.
Am I
Let's get this
dueling?
over
Oh,
with.
guys, you know I can't duel. Mr. Mueller? No, Tiger, it's over for me because
You
I
should have
cannot do
stayed
this at
home,
all.
Yankee.
I'm dead. Yeah.
They say I'm passing.
That was a bit overkill.
Oh, Muller always did play his cards too early.
Oh my
Come
god.
on. We've earned ourselves a drink. I think Mr. Muller's buying.
What did I do?
Your health.
Pretend he's Herb. That's what I did. Oh my god, every second there's a new thing.
Killing? Watch me cut her throat.
Nice friends you got here, Mr. Ricketts.
Tú y yo, Marston. Peleamos ahora, We fight now.
Another one?
Careful, Marston. I know that girl.
No merezco esto.
Every time he tries to teach me something, I get worse at shooting.
No puede ser.
Oh, it's a timing thing.
God, can a man enjoy it? Come on, smoke these bastards up.
No way, Birdwife.
You and me, Marston.
Oh, I want that guy's hat so bad.
Well, partner, I think we can safely say this poker game is over.
This ends just like all my other poker games.
Well, I must say, you tourists.
No,
certainly
a
bring
Birdwife, it
peace
was
and
totally
prosperity to this
random.
land.
I read your comment and
Then
somehow
again, I doubt Muller will be missed.
I got it with the
You weren't much of a
crosshair. It
poker
was
player.
small. Oh, I don't know, Sarah. I feel like the music's really, really good. I think it's better
What have you got for
in
me?
RDR1. Is that crazy? It's definitely more bombastic than I would like. But just, yeah, the random horn that just starts playing, the spooky effects. Just listen to this. It's amazing. Afro Sax would love this. I think this is a sax. Actually, I don't know.
You won't be needing this, ma'am.
It's a muted trumpet. It's beautiful.
Vamos a la cama.
Where's the card you were talking about? Yeah, I don't love the bombastic stuff where it's just so loud, but this kind of background music, this is just, the scene setting music is so, so good. I'm loving this. Bully soundtrack. I haven't heard that in a long time to remember. Seems sassier.
Gringo.
Yeah, that's a good word.
Mr. Ricketts, come on in. Sit down and have yourself a drink.
Mr.
Sure.
Ricketts.
Say,
They're going for a very
you
different
were
vibe, for
Javier
sure.
Escuela?
But like personally,
Hasn't yet. Say, why are you
I've
after
stopped more in this game
We're old
to
friends.
appreciate the music
Who's
than
kinda
I did in
educated
RDR2. RDR2 is a little bit more
So
ambient.
what is this, some kind of high school reunion sort
Okay,
of
wait,
thing?
there's the break though. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink. Bio break. Just 2-3 minutes. We're back. 2K run? 2K what? 2K miles? Bio break sounds worse than bathroom break? Really, robotic? Because it means I need to get a drink and bathroom. It's covering both. In one hand, out the other. No, that's worse. Hi, Offersax. We were just talking about you. I heard a trumpet that I thought was a saxophone. So I just mentioned you. Pre-midlife crisis where everyone starts running 5Ks. What is the K sound for? Stand for? 5 kilometers? Yeah, kilometers.
Something like that.
Kilos?
Well, you've killed people. You lived the life.
That I have.
And I tried to stop. I mean, I don't know. I tried to go
Grim,
straight.
where have you been?
I did. I left
Which
the gang
area?
after the
Which
gang
one of
left
those
me.
scenes have you been to?
Left me to die after I'd been shot. They'd all gone crazy anyhow. Our old leader, fella you probably heard of.
Dutch?
Anyway, he more or less lost his mind, went and shot a bunch of people unfair like. I got shot in a robbery.
Talking about Dutch.
They left me, and I left them.
Oh my god, the final mission.
That's how it goes.
Already had me a woman, got me a farm, then I got me more trouble.
Sure.
Been sent to track down the men I used to run with. Track them, kill them.
Well, if you don't, someone else will. There's no escape. Look at me. I spent 25 years killing men.
I can guess which ones you haven't been
Sitting
to.
around
Wait,
here
is my
like
mic
some
on?
Low-rent would-be messiah.
Yeah.
We're relics.
I'm guessing you haven't been to Gate of All
Come on,
Nations.
have yourself another drink and let's wallow in a little self-pity.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, Afro. We were just talking about how none of us work out.
Ricketts.
What the hell, Afro?
Mr. Ricketts, thank the Lord I have found you. And you, Mr. Marston.
You're not one of
Please
us.
sit down. You all right?
I'm well, sir. But Allende is sending more men to the death. Prisoners who have not been tried. A prominent writer, Castilla, and a local official whose only crime was not putting the small holders on the street when they were late with taxes.
Writers and government officials. For once, I agree with Allende. Some men need to be killed.
Mr. Ricketts!
I was just joking. Where are they?
Out near Escalera.
Let's hang up our self-pity and go shoot ourselves.
Yeah,
some
it
bad
definitely
guys.
feels different hearing him talk about it now.
Thank you. Both of you.
Let's head for Escalera.
I mean, what am I comparing it to? It's my first time playing. What am I saying? What I imagine it would have felt like. Mad Lad. Oh my god. How did you find this person? Mark Hamill's Joker?
I'm sure they'll hold the executions till we get there.
I mean, he is a Joker. That's true. How you doing, Mad Lad? Welcome in. Welcome in. She flipped on her own. I swear, officer.
She's angry.
I didn't touch her.
It's getting dirtier by the day. People are being executed for just having an opinion.
Melinda seems to
You
have
only
more
start
enemies
training
by
for the
day.
5K once you hit 30. Are you over 30, Officer?
I don't pay much attention to rules.
Just be careful, John. Keep jumping from one side of the fence to the other.
My
You might just
friend
get
started
impaled
running
on it.
marathons before she hit 30.
Respect,
And oh my
how I
god,
do
the
it is
amount
no
her body
concern
has
of yours.
gone through.
Choose your tone wisely, partner. Remember who you're talking to.
How could I ever forget?
John Marston, apart from a rat beating every other hand he can find, my name means something. All you've done is kill a few peasants, and the only real outlaw you've taken on dropped you like a bad habit.
Now, I politely ask you to watch your tone, Rick.
All I'm saying is, maybe there's a reason why people around here don't want to talk.
Wow, Ricketts.
You must miss
No,
your
I didn't
family.
touch
It's
her.
the only thing that keeps me going.
You know, you You remind me a lot of myself. How I used to be. Stubborn and angry.
You ain't changed all that much.
I always thought I'd... You see that? Prison wagons. That must be them. Come on. See
Okay.
if you can take control of that first wagon.
Wait, not Winchester. No, bolt action.
Come on.
How am I supposed to do this?
Yeah.
Why is that not working?
Let's go.
What are we supposed to do? You're not shooting at me.
Hand them over or we'll kill you all.
Oh. Why is this not working? I don't... No ammo? Oh. I failed again. No ammo,
Look,
huh?
it's an army convoy. I think I see the prisoners in those wagons. This is our chance.
I've
See
got
if you can
ammo.
take control of that first
Oh, yeah, you're right. Shit. Should we try the automatic then? Try the pistol?
Come on. Yeah.
No, I did not pick up the rolling block. Darther, don't say that.
people now. What the hell?
Let's go.
My horse got stuck.
Órale. Come on.
Whoops. There are cores. Yeah, you're right, Afrosax. Maybe I should be using more cores. No, Darther, what do I do now?
You see that? Prison wagon. That
I don't know
must
about
be
this
them.
gun.
Come
I
on.
think maybe
See
I'm
if
close
you can
enough to use
take
the
control of that
shotgun,
first
maybe?
wagon.
Let's try that one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Fast. Right. Now one net.
Too far.
Come on.
Yeah, shotgun was better for this. Yeah, they just seem really hard to access. They're all the way in here. And then we got like medicine, snake oil. Maybe there's an easier way? And then the other problem is when you go to this wheel, the game doesn't pause, although it's not there anyways. It's moving on its own. Can I cut them out or?
Gotta take it.
Yeah. Am I missing something? Is there another way to do cores? So what happens now that I don't have the rolling block? Can I buy it? Darther, then how do you know about the rolling block? Wait, what? Did I miss something? ready? I don't think I should go through the fire. Okay, no problem. Go through fire. What do I do about that? Oh. There's no way that gun will reach it. Shit. Hi Quads, how you doing? Chair nap. That's gotta be painful. Are they the best? I feel like that's gotta be so painful. Welcome in, Quets.
We'll handle it from here. I know you got other matters to attend.
It's a mature gang, Sorrow.
It's been nice riding with you, Mr. Ricketts.
And you too. You took me back to another time. Talk to Louisa. She'll help you, and she's well connected in that other land. I hope you find what you're looking for, Marston.
You know what I'm looking for.
If you say so, Marston. If you say so.
I just can't imagine a lot of Gen Zs are like, huh, let me play RDR1. And Civ. And Civ, actually. So that was our final mission. Oh, I'm in America. Oh, yay, America. I've missed you. That's rentable? No, I don't want to rent it. Rio Bravo has the flowers, so let's go find the sage. Oh, yes, America. You're Gen Z and you play both. Good for you. Would you disagree with me, Mild, about your generation? As a general statement? Gotta put loot boxes into that? Hilarious. Shit, my horse! What the hell? Is my horse okay? They're goodie huts, that's true. That's a loot box.
Let's get this over with.
There was the cactus flower, you know what it's called? The plant.
Come on.
And there was something that looked like lavender. Just gonna run away from these. You okay, man? Hi, Suits. I don't know, do you have any suggestions?
Yeah.
Witcher has been thrown out, Cyberpunk has been thrown out there. Okay, I might use my consumable. RDR3's been thrown out. So how does that work?
Let's go.
It's true though, they really do need the Gen Z community to be playing Civ 7. Outlast, I haven't heard of that one. Toontown Revisited was a suggestion that's been rejected.
Yeah.
Whole World? I don't even know what that is.
I'll be having that.
A Way Out? Oh, oh my god, Yogurt's gonna kill me. Ghost of Tsushima. Do you guys want to see Ghost of Tsushima?
Come on.
No, literally, we need to play that. I own it.
That's what I've been
Thank you
after.
to Yogurt for gifting it. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, Yogurt must hate me. Because I totally forgot about it. I don't know what Undead Nightmare is. You can suggest it. I also need to know the game. I have no response. Oh my god, these coyotes sound awful. Have you played it, Tiger? Oh no, wrong kind of
That's
plant.
one.
No way, Sorrow. Ghost of Tsushima does, or a different game? Or Undead Nightmare? Oh, the zombie one.
Cruel, my friend.
Is there more? Yay, fame. Oh, they're still bothering him. I need some ammo.
That's what I wanted.
They're not puppies, they're evil. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Let's do Ghost of Tsushima. Am I saying it wrong? I think that was it. GTA 4.
Nasty.
Isn't that the... Wait, is GTA 4 Nico? Maybe I would appreciate it more now that I'm older, but when I was a kid, I did not like it.
This'll fetch a good price.
I don't know if it was maybe a story for children. I'm not into zombies. I don't like zombie movies. I don't like the concept. I don't want to meet one. Knights of the Old Republic. That sounds good to me. Let's see. I think I did it. I think we did that. Survivalist. Yes. See, now we need to collect 8 prickly pears. Okay, good. So I'm glad I went back to do this. I need to go kill a boar. And then you guys said I can do sharpshooter from this ranch. Okay, let's fast travel here. The only way to fast travel is to set up my camp, right? KOTOR 2? What's KOTOR? Oh, Knights of the Old Republic. That's his favorite game. That's his favorite, or one of his favorite games. He would love that. Maybe we can do that during the summer when he's a little bit less busy. But you guys, do you really want to hear me shit on Star Wars for like a month?
Come on.
Maybe if I watch Andor, I'll appreciate it more. So there's a train station here, right?
Let's go.
Oh, save Undead Nightmare for Halloween. Okay, yeah. I think that makes more sense for me. Do I just wait for a train? Tell that to your friend Mad Lad, Parse. What's the train schedule? She was a soiled dove? Roblox. It's banned in Turkey. Did you hear that?
Well, excuse me.
Yeah, have you? Oh my god, there's this really funny thing. Okay, the news. America welcomes refugees. Oh, the opposite. This time from the bloody conflict raging in Mexico, with the government of General Sanchez no longer being able to deny that the country has entered another bloody period of civil unrest, and the army engaged in battles with rebel bands and freedom fighters in provinces across the country. Displaced civilians are streaming across the border into the United States. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, killing entire villages suspected of supporting the rebel leader of, how did they say it? Abraham Reyes? Also of violent attacks from supporters of Mr. Reyes on towns loyal to the government. Over 15 suspected massacres have now been reported. Am I involved in these? German man killed in duel. That's good news. Another death in Mexico today, but far more newsworthy as it was a German man killed by the gun of an American tourist. Oh, scandalous. Top 5 RPGs. I mean, it also kind of set the standard, right? It's one of the first ones from BioWare. And yes, I'm just drinking orange juice. We were out of beer. I'm pretty sure Dr. Crow gave me something with alcohol. Crime tourism. How come I'm never named in the newspaper? The deceased Andreas Müller. How come we never talk about John Marston? Oh, I know where I know Müller from. He's the goalie for Germany, right? Was a silver prospector who had lived in Mexico for a number of years. Well, too bad for him. Speed limit in West Elizabeth set at 15 miles per hour. This is so funny. Did you guys see the thing Mamdani wants to make it 20 in New York? Why would they name Jim Milton True? Ugh, this one's worse. With important new science of eugenics, I don't even want to read this. Well, okay, moving on. Nate John's elected governor, don't care, church group protests skeleton. I don't know what that means. I don't know what this is. Review of the Voyage camera. The public is quite satisfied with the new Voyage inexpensive hand camera. Led by European experience, the design reduces the dimension without impairing the necessities. Blah, 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 blah. Letter to the editor. No female doctors from Dr. Wesley Arthurs. Editor. When will American citizens come to grasp the fundamental truth regarding equality? Namely, that all men are created equal. Men. I find myself unable to congratulate Dr. Lydia T. Pinkerton. Pinkerton? Suspicious, on her logic that women physicians are on par with men, being poor of reason, simple of mind, and squeamish at the sight of mice or blood. What kind of mice is a doctor supposed to deal with? It is unclear how this suits medical profession. Blah, 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 blah. You know what I have to say about this is that San Andreas and the GTA series are funny because it's satire and it shines a light and it exaggerates all that's wrong with the 90s or the 2000s, like with GTA 5, right? It's funny that Kevin Spacey's children hate him, whatever, I forgot the guy's character's name. Or that, you know, his daughter's always on social media, the son is like a crazy little teenager. Trevor is supposed to be like this exaggerated, funny version of trailer trash. But the problem is with their historical satire is that I don't know if it's just the world we live in today. It's so close to the truth. I mean, this isn't exaggerated enough for it to be funny. And it's not satire enough. This is just how things were. And maybe we're coming full circle to some of these things again. I can't watch YouTube. Send it in the Discord. I think they run into a wall because if it was funnier to be satire, it wouldn't feel as immersive as they wanted it to be. I don't know, Birdwife. I think in 2010, this was funnier. The idea was just to display how ridiculous those ideas were by simply showcasing them. Exactly. GTA is going to struggle though. Those over-the-type people in the game are just normal by today's standards. I mean, that's the problem Veep... I mean, Veep always presaged it, the craziness of American politics, just by one season, so it's continued to be funny. But yeah, looking back on Veep, Veep is way less funny now than it would have been when it came out. There's probably a difference between newspapers and actual written characters and how they decide to handle it. I mean, yeah, it's true, Miles. But like when the game started, you guys couldn't hear this, but on the train, they were talking about like bringing civilization to the natives and basically the same thing. The Zither! Oh my god. Cool. I'm assuming is this related to the sitar? The finger blaster? Okay, well that's a joke. But yeah, like I think in 2010, this idea of bringing, or like that God made white people more civilized than other races, this was like, oh, this is so funny that they used to think like this, and just this isn't like not necessarily an exaggeration of what it used to be like, but there's enough distance from this kind of rhetoric in 2010 maybe. I don't know. Maybe I was just naive in 2010. I would have just been 18, so. Right? Yeah. Sugar Company indicted for monopoly. Monster tapeworm Dr. Cyril Purvis, I love the name Cyril, of Blackwater, succeeded in removing a gigantian tapeworm from the body of an 11-year-old girl. Okay, well this is kind of funny. This is funny. The young girl had suffered from bloating, bad breath, and a ravenous appetite for the past 3 years, but her mother had dismissed these symptoms as merely as traits of inherited from her father. The serpentine beast, 46 feet in length, was extracted by Dr. Purvis through the girl's mouth in a procedure that onlookers described as harrowing and at once mesmerizing. Yeah, we'll see how... I think you're right, though, Robotic. We'll see what GTA 6 is going to be like. That's going to be the true test of... Does this formula still work in our time period? Where's this damn train? If it ever gets released. I know, I mean, the satire is that, like, okay, do they want to make fun of the Epstein files, for example? Well, it turns out the two people working on GTA 6 were in the files. What happened? What was that? Like, how are they gonna make fun of it? They're in it. Is there a new newspaper?
Thank you.
But maybe it'll still be funny.
Slow it down, will you?
I'm just gonna wait for a train, guys. This is ridiculous. Maybe if we see a train, we'll do it. I'm not waiting for a train.
Come on if you're coming.
Highway robbery. $2 for newspaper. Well, I think I... Was it $2? Did I just buy another one? Oh shoot, and I forgot to use this. Oh yeah. Is this new? Williamson Gang Reign of Terror. No, we read this. Oh yeah. What's this? I don't think I read this one. John's leading race, Atkins disgraced in race crime? No, I read this one too. How long will you live? Americans can expect to live 43 years and 7 months. Again, like Birdwife said. It's because of child mortality. Horse pills for sale. Ah, accommodations available in Chuparosa. I bought it. Okay, we'll read these later. American refugees. Okay, yeah, I missed this one. Okay, we'll read these later though.
Come on.
Marion. M-A-R-I-O-N. Marion. Bill Williamson is Marion. Oh, the guy that was in the Epstein files was fired? Is that what you're talking about, Darth? Because I got the news from you.
Yeah.
Okay, I just need to kill a boar. I guess they can still make fun of it. I guess now just make a character who makes video games and just make that satire now. Well, and also things they cannot get away with. I think the challenge is to still be funny to the majority of people.
Easy. Come on.
Do you think Mar-a-Lago is going to be a place you can visit in the game? Come on, is there no more boars here? I just need one boar. Do they not regenerate?
Let's go.
You think so, Mild? I don't know. I still enjoy GTA San Andreas.
Come on.
Oh my god, you're kidding. The part of the issue being discounted with GTA's humor, to be frank, is that it wasn't satirical enough to not be also funny, e.g. racist, people interpreting it as encouraging their stereotypes. Okay, I'm thinking about what you're trying to say here. My first reaction is that's on them for not understanding. But it's true. I think there's a subsect of people who think that like the sexism is a confirmation of their worldview, not a satire of it. Oh my god, can I just meet one single boar?
Come on, easy up now.
Oh, look, Jinx between you two. Okay, where else can I find boars? This is ridiculous. Let's try across the river.
Come on.
Oh, I guess I can't. Nope.
Come on.
Mild. Oh my god. Did they only come out at night or something? It's true, that's just the nature of satire. Yeah, it's not just GTA.
Let's go.
Are there boars over here? Oh, Shadow Boss, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. But I also think there's two ends of the spectrum that maybe misunderstand the satire, right? There's the, what's it, Mothers Against Games or whatever it's called? That's not what it's called. But you know, that group that tried to ban video games because of the violence and sexism and mature content. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Birdwife. That's true too. I mean, I don't know. Would hope people have better sense than that, but we don't. We know that they don't. Where are the damn boars? Okay, where else on the map are these spores? Here. Let's try over there. Yeah, sometimes you don't know how it's gonna land with your audience. I don't think they wrote the Herbert character expecting kids to just like repeat the lines of Herbert. Herbert the murdered poker player. That's what, were you not here for it? Mild, that's what Birdwife is referring to. Herbert went on a racist rant against Jews in the game. And we killed him again. And he's still alive. He said something like, I don't sell the wares of Jews here, something like that. Oh, and apparently he said some stuff in Red Dead 2 about Mexicans. I didn't hear that part though. Exactly. Resurrected 7 times. It's gotta be a record. Old man with the ledger? No, I don't think so. Okay, there's apparently pigs here. Oh, you're shooting me? Why? A boar. shit, I messed up. I got it, I got it, I got it. Didn't I? Yes. Excuse me. I think this is the last one I need.
Oh, what were you eating?
Oh, yes, we did it. But you know, he never came back, right? He actually died. Don't tell me I need an armadillo. Maybe I just need another boar? I don't know how many boars and how many armadillos I've gotten. Gabby, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Let me know if I said your name right. Or if I said it wrong. More boars? Up here, maybe? Let's see. Let's kill one more boar and see. Where is it? Yeah, I should do more headshots in this game. I forget it's a thing. Yo, no, I'm trying to get the challenge done. No more boar jokes. Oh, not yet. I haven't gotten that challenge yet. I have to just kill some birds on a train first.
Let's go.
Am I going too far? What was that? Oh, look at this pretty tree. There we go. There we go. Oh, you know what? I gotta kill them all because they're evil. They'll kill me if I don't kill them. You're all banned.
Come on. Let's get this over with.
Please, please, please. Yes, I needed a boar. Sick. Okay. Next challenge. No, sorry. Journal. Kill 2 Gurgurs with your melee knife. Okay, so it's just melee. And prickly pears. Okay, we can kill 2 cougars. I just killed one, but that's fine. Yeah, they're dirty.
There's some fetching good price.
You love the challenges in this game? I'm trying to think how they compare to RDR2, because I did most of them in that game too. I would say it's better in this game. It's definitely much more enjoyable in this game, probably. Maybe more doable is the word I'm looking for, actually. They're all just a bunch of boars. Where did I see the cougar? Yeah, I know where the cougars are. They're very far, though. I wonder if we should just go to that cougar territory. They were near this home, right? Rathskeller Fork. Let's just fast travel. Oh shit, what did I do? I meant to grab my camping kit. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is better in this game. We're halfway through the treasure ones here. Well, I don't know what halfway through is. I think I'm on number 6 or something. Wrath. Fork. Let's go knife some cougars. Yeah, Sigurd. I think I'm like both introverted and extroverted. I can enjoy both as well. If you got pictures of the museum though, we'd love to see them in our Discord. Is this not where the cougars were? Great to see you, Danny. How you doing? Is this not where the cougars were? Oh, here, on this way. You haven't taken a single picture? Why not? I guess you're enjoying your time with your friends. I guess that's a good sign. But I hate it when I go home with no pictures after traveling, because me and my partner don't take pictures either, and then we have nothing afterwards except our memories, and those fade.
Come on.
You know the best cougar spots, Sigurd? Come on, you got this, you got this. No, 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 push. Poor horsey. But then with the disposable cameras, are you talking about the ones where you have to go develop?
Let's go.
Man, there's no way I would ever develop them. I keep saying I'm gonna go print my pictures, I'm gonna go print my pictures, and I never do. It's true though, it is. I love my photos from the 90s. They didn't have ADHD the way we have it today. Where are the cougars? Are they just daytime animals?
Come on.
Oh. No, don't shoot it. Sir, no. No, sir. Are you kidding me?
How are you? Whoa!
Well, a cougar is both this animal I just killed here and women who are older who like to date younger men. Both considered cougars. There we go.
Go, you bite me!
Oh, it seems way harder than I thought. No, sir, let me... What's the way to do it? Shit, how am I supposed to do this? Let me just shoot it once and then get my knife out? Get back here. Shit. I mean... Aha, got one. You knew the other meaning but not the mountain lion one? That is so funny. Ah, my horse scared me. Okay, we need one more cougar with a knife kill. A manther? A man panther? That's awful. Oh shit, his horse died. Am I going the wrong way?
Yeah.
Come on, just one more cougar. Damn, these deers are so... Ooh, that's a wolf. I care about wolves. Just care about cougars. Oh. Apparently a mission? Okay, we'll do the Twin Rocks thing. It's important for an outfit.
You want some help?
I could really use a hand, friend. I'm way over my head here.
I don't know if I have
Damn
enough ammo.
animals. Walton's boys have taken my daughter.
Oh no, not your daughter.
Looks like we got trouble heading our way.
They saw me. Shit, they keep getting me. Shit, who's hit? Oh shit, that guy's killing me.
I'm gonna die! Help me!
This bitch is ours. You made a big mistake by coming here, my friend.
Oh, crotch shot. You're not dead yet? Shit, okay, I gotta time this right. Ready?
Please! Save! Thank God you're safe.
Oh, I did it, I did it,
Get
I
you
did
back
it.
home.
I did it. Rockstar was afraid of success. I guess they thought I was just a guy hunting Kindred.
Let's see what you got.
Right, I need to go buy some ammo. Ooh, $18. Damn, this is a nice home. Make sure this is our money's worth. What's in here? Nothing. Okay, gotta watch out for cougars. They've gotta be around here. Right? Apparently a cowboy's just the guy who pushes cows around. Whoa, a little aggressive there. Okay, let me check my map again. I'm gonna go this way. An outlaw, true. No, I don't think so. Unless you do some big jobs, they always seem to be poor in RDR too. Cows, not horses, Gwets? one little cougar. Man, if that guy didn't shoot that other cougar, we would have been done by now. How dare he? Maybe I should sleep? Sometimes they come out at the daytime. Do I have to search this house? I feel like that name sounds familiar. Hey, isn't this where I kicked that guy out? You guys remember? I told him to leave and give me the deed. What now? Okay, I'm going to bed. I think they're a daytime animal. You have yet to see a single cow. True. You asked for it from the beginning of stream. Oh shit, I'm not dressed for this country.
Let's go. Gotcha. Down you come.
The other day, this area was littered with cougars. They would just keep killing me and killing me. Guess let's try finding the road. They usually come to you on the road. And then let's go towards... Oh, these are wolves. Let's go towards Twin Rocks. Let's go this way, see if we get more cougars. I haven't seen any. They must be in the area that is still locked. You're welcome. Is it just bisons? No other animal? Because I feel like the more animals I kill, the less they appear. I don't care. Do I? Did you steal it? Can you not just walk over here? Do you really need me to get on the wagon for you? Just bison?
I think you'll be needing this, mister.
I don't know how the game works in terms of respawning animals.
Whoa. Thank you kindly. This wagon's my life.
We all have problems, and we must solve them together.
Okay, John. Ridiculous. Get over here. Are you running from a cougar by any chance? Let's try up here.
Let's go.
This is Twin Rocks. God, I don't remember where the cougars were exactly. I mean, you know what? I think they were closer to Rattlesnake, where I bought property. I think it was this way. This doesn't look like cougar territory. Okay, let's go back one more time and then I'm giving up. I just caught a cross here.
Come on.
Otherwise, I'm sure we can find cougars in Mexico. You felt so bad you had to restart? Damn. This way. There's like no animals around now. What time is it? Oh, okay, good. I got till 2. Good night, Miles. Appreciate it. Hopefully this doesn't take until 2 though. Oh, wrong animal. Shit. Cougar? No. I hear some wolves. Did I shoot my horse by accident? Seems like someone was camping up here. Wow. I don't think I can see cougars from this far. I don't think they spawn in like that. Oops, I guess I killed their family. Definitely a ton of wolves around. Just need a cougar. You guys said a cougar sounds like a woman screaming? Who's shooting? Hi, Poppy. Yes, actually, I'm gonna take tomorrow night off, I think. I gotta work on another video. But, I mean, I'm not technically taking it off. I'm just not streaming. I'm working on a video. Does that count? How you doing, Poppy? Screams of joy, no doubt. Oh, no. I'm looking for a cougar again. Do you know any cougars in your area, Poppy? I don't know, was this where the cougars were? Maybe not. This doesn't look right. No, this wasn't it. Damn it, where were they? I guess we're so close to this. Just go do this now.
Go.
Ooh, look at that cave. Is that where I'm going? Ooh, what's this? Cougar den? What, there's nothing here? What? No, there's no way there's nothing here. They didn't hide a single treasure over here? Cougar den's your favorite club? Yeah, maybe it was around here. Yes, it was here. This looks familiar. It's so hard to find them now, though. Ew, these horses look sick. Like, ew, sick. Cueva Seca.
We gotta stop meeting like this.
Who's
Sam.
this?
Sam Odessa.
The California mission.
Still out here? How's it going?
Hey, Mr. Mansion, isn't it? Yeah. How you doing?
Mr. Marston.
Mansion. I kind of like that. You all right out here?
Yeah.
You ain't too much closer to California.
Yeah, I found it. The coach wasn't so much to my liking. It was a little bit slow, a little bit predictable, a touch mundane. But these cacti are quite palatable.
I hope they are. Hey, listen. You need to find yourself a horse if you're gonna head west.
A horse is a very noble creature. Did you ever hear the tale of the horse who could do sums better than any school child?
I think I missed that one.
See, if I could have a trusty steed like that who could take me to the shining sea.
Sam, listen.
Okay, say more, Gabby.
California's in the west.
Is it because he has blonde hair?
Just
Because we've
follow
heard
the
that one
setting sun.
before.
It ain't that complicated. All right? You take care of yourself.
Setting sun.
You think it's Arthur's? I finished RDR 2. Not this one though.
Let's go.
No, RDR 1. Don't give me spoilers for RDR 1. Oh. Where are we? Bobby, I was setting you up for a cougar joke. Not actual cougars. Ooh, $19. He didn't bite, yeah.
Come on. Come on, easy up now.
Okay. Well, that's that, I guess. No cougars. To kill with a knife. Then you can't tell your theory. You gotta wait then. Okay, let's go do a mission. I can't get to Mexico though, can I? Lie, goddamn lie. I don't believe her. Last time I couldn't find her to kill her.
Excuse me, partner. I ain't getting fresh.
What? Why are you getting on the... Arthur? I mean, I called him Arthur. John. I know. Okay, let's see. Did this woman have any money? Because that'll determine if she was innocent or
I
not.
wasn't going to hell before. I am now.
What did she say? $6. Nope, she wasn't innocent. What's this? Oh, I think I'm hearing something. Maybe a snake though, not a cougar.
Let's go.
No, I don't really have that many exes. I got married at 21 robotic. Damn it. Okay, I said I would give up. I have to give up. Let's just go to... Oh, I didn't know you got divorced so soon, though. I did know that you got married at 18. Like, how am I supposed to get here? Oh. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's do this. Since you can't fast travel into Mexico.
Come on.
Do I ever look in the mirror and call myself Arthur? No, but like, I do miss Arthur. I thought he was a great character. I feel like by having Arthur be kind of this enigmatic loner, it made him more playable as a character than John. Does that make sense? Oh, bait. Bait. You're right. I don't have it. Damn it. Oh, I do. Okay. What the fuck? Fuck me. Well.
Hey, mister, I could use your assistance.
I could use your assistance. Well, thank you. It worked. I'm a master hunter. Thank you to Gabby. Guys, cheers to Gabby. Right? It was Gabby who said it? I need a break without a cougar getting me. That was so scary. That's funny. Did your grandpa's new partner care? Oh my god, skin 5 raccoons, 5 skunks, and 5 foxes. I don't even know if I've seen a fox. Okay. But let's go get that rifle as well. Wait, what does this guy want? Whoa, what are you doing?
Pelts are my trade. If you shoot some critters and get their pelts, I sure will give you a handsome cut.
Okay.
Why not? It'll make a change from hunting criminals.
I just did this. Bro, what? I just did this. Move away from other people. They want me to die by a... Okay. I should have... That's so funny, Gabby. Literally, can we use our gun, please? What? I face shotted you. Come on.
This'll fetch a good price.
Okay, how much are you gonna pay me?
I think we got enough.
I
Here's your
hate
cut.
these old games where they'd have people clapping and just doing this over again. I hate that so much. That's it. You could have done that yourself, sir.
Let's go.
And just for 5 fame? Really? Okay, let's go do a mission. We got 30 minutes. We can do a couple missions, I think. It's gonna take me a minute to get there. Use the bandana and kill him. Are you serious? Five raccoons, 5 skunks, 5 foxes. Well, that's a job for next time. But yeah, I'm gonna take tomorrow off. I'll be back either Thursday or Friday, uncertain. Depending on how well this video goes. Oh, wish me luck. So much work to do. I have so much regular work to do, not just for my YouTube channel. I do. Well, no, I haven't even recorded it. I'm starting a new one. This game has multiplayer? With your friends? No, I don't care. Well, why are you sending me around like this? Was it like GTA San Andreas' multiplayer? Because that one sucked. I hated that. And then you're supposed to grab them by the tail and whip them like a towel? Why? Why can't you just... I mean, yeah, never mind. You don't have Deadeye in real life. I was gonna say, why can't you just shoot them? Oh, like GTA 5. Okay, that one's better. What side am I on? I mean, I don't know. Have we picked a side? No bounty if there's no witnesses? Sorry. I guess that was the wrong side. I don't understand. The guy said he's innocent as a family. Was that wrong? Was I wrong? It snaps their neck. Ew. Yeah, I don't even know they had a neck. Let's see if I can pay my bounty off here. There's no train station. I don't know if I can. Forget it. Just do the mission.
Ándeles lindas y patrióticas. Dale, que
Oh, I hate these guys.
Oh, mi amor, nadie te está obligando a hacer nada. Solamente quiero que animes al hombre que va a salvar a tu padre. ¿Tú quieres a tu padre, cierto que sí, linda? Huh?
What's going on here, Captain DeSanta?
Just a little recruitment. Nothing for you to be concerned about.
You boys using women soldiers now?
Our costumes are none of your concern.
Apparently not.
Santo mariconcito, me encontraste algunas chicas. Ay, mamacita, ¿dónde has estado toda mi vida? Ven, mujeres. Ay, me gusta.
Can I kill them?
These two patriots were keen to make your acquaintance, el coronel.
Fantastic. I love patriots. Hey, Sergeant Marston, you here to fight the war?
I guess it's setting them up as the bad guy.
I hope so. Any word of those men?
Oh, yes. I heard they were riding with Reyes. I wanted to talk to you about it. DeSanto, hable.
I guess Reyes is the better person.
His Excellency, El Coronel, would like to employ you in escorting a train down rebel country. The job is dangerous.
Do you speak Spanish, Gabby?
Another patriot?
Of knowing that you served Mexico in her fight against forces that would destroy our society.
How much you offering?
20,000 pesos.
What, $5? How much is that?
Of Javier Escuella.
Okay then.
Mexico loves you, Mr. Martin.
She has a funny way of showing it.
You're from Argentina. Cool. I was gonna say even the accents.
Oh, gringo! Ride with us!
What? Even the accents sound a little bit wrong to me. Like, that doesn't sound like a Mexican accent at all. I don't want to talk to this idiot. Skip.
Oye, gringo.
How much was 20,000 dineros? Or what do you say? Pesos? What do you say? I forgot.
I'd say that's a good thing, wouldn't you?
Or they just don't sound like they're from Mexico, some other part of South America or Central America. I forgot to get ammo.
Too damn close! Ahora vas al infierno! ¡Dispare!
Shit, the sign.
Tenemos que proteger los pertrechos. Good work. I cannot see
So like now I can take snake oil.
more of them.
Ah. That's how it works. Okay, good call out for sex. No, the voice actors are really good. I think they did an amazing job with some of these voice actors. It's just the stereotypes are a little bit too strong.
Soldado, ¿quién eres? ¿Cuál escuadrón?
Like Landon, I was really admiring his voice acting. You told me to use consumables. I just did it for the first time. Thank you.
If these supplies are so important, why have we been given so few soldiers?
Don't ask me. You're the captain. I thought you were supposed to be fearless.
I am fearless, but not brainless.
Yeah, true. There's a clear tier 1 and tier 2 for voice actors.
Maybe you just need to take a piss or something.
The colonel told me that the Santa had praised my actions at Torquemada and called me a hero. He asked for me to be given this important
I hate this guy.
assignment.
I hate his mustache. I hate his eye patch.
Cabron hates me.
Yeah, but doesn't everybody hate you?
Maybe we should turn back or wait for reinforcements. It's another ambush!
I hope he stops doing that.
I hope he stops doing what?
¡Ándale!
That our train?
Yes, it seems to be on schedule. At least one thing is going right for us.
I agree.
Yeah, don't you hate his mustache? This is the guy with the eye patch.
Shoot well, gringo. Tell me something. What is your weapon of choice?
What do you mean?
Come, my friend. Your belt is full of weapons. Which is your favorite for attacking a man?
Can I answer?
Right in the head, Captain.
We are close to Chuparosa now.
Oh, I want to answer. John's like, no, that's an immoral question.
What did they promise you?
20,000 pesos in Javier Escuela.
That is a lot of promises.
Do you know where Escuela is?
You think I am going to tell you that before you have fulfilled your obligations? Do not take me for a fool.
I'm giving you no reason not to trust me.
You must understand why we are suspicious of you. Most American vigilantes come here to help the rebels. It is strange you have chosen
It
to
is
work for
strange.
the army.
I'm not working for you. How many times do I have to say this?
Call it what you want.
I don't know, John. Why are we in the cart with him then?
I ain't seen many favors come my way yet.
Abraham Reyes is trying hard to recruit gringos to fight for him. His propaganda is everywhere. He promises women, gold, and of course money and the chance to interfere in business that is not your own. How can any American resist?
I've done everything you've asked me. If Belinde doesn't give me Escuela and Williamson after this, I think it's best I go ask the rebels directly.
Is that the threat? You are only alive right now because of me.
Is this Chuparosa where Landon is? So. Can we skip this?
Here we are.
There we go.
At last. Soldados, abordamos el tren.
Escaleta literally stares, not skeletons.
I do not think we have seen the last of the rebels. New recruits can't win a fight like this. I need you to man the Gatling gun.
I ain't the soldier here,
Escalera.
Captain.
Do not question me, gringo. Just do as I say.
Like escalator. I thought it was kind of like a joke how exito doesn't mean exit, right?
You know how to use that gun.
Can't be that hard. Just point and pull the trigger.
The big missions always have these
Don't
big
worry,
guns.
Captain. I've used one of these before.
What does
For a
exito mean
cold-hearted
again?
killer, you're an anxious son of a bitch, ain't you?
We have already been ambushed. Our squad is made up
It's
of
success,
new recruits,
yeah.
and the two men that Santa hates the most. I think it is right to be anxious.
Yeah, well, I wasn't exactly expecting a pleasant picnic by the seaside
¿Qué
myself.
carajo estás haciendo?
Oops. 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 I was just kidding. What happened to his plot armor? You're supposed to have plot armor, sir. Just kidding. Well, I don't regret it. I can't believe you can fail for that. Okay, well that's weird. Oh, like excited. Okay, no, that makes sense. Just kidding. Wow, the one time it works. It's just a rock. Where's all the bad guys? I mean, I think it's like a soldier saying F, like F in chat.
Over there!
Oh, is this supposed to be respect? It's easier to shoot their horses, unfortunately.
Give me a squeal after this, I'm telling you.
If they kill the engineers, we will
Okay. Is that too loud? Hopefully that's okay. I think Paisley's the bad guy. I don't think so. These guys are awful, Kindred. Oh, you mean because I'm working with them? No, yeah, you're right. I am.
You're nearing the town. No pares el tren.
How are they getting me? Oh shit, there's someone right here. Where are they coming from? And I can't use my Deadeye at all. There's no Deadeye on the gun. Shit. I got so far. Whew. Okay. Let me turn it down. Is it too loud? Oh, wait. Checkpoint. Is the gun too loud? Turn it down for y'all. This is just like endless. Oh, it's that point again. Okay. Oh, the train is full health though. Well, that's gonna be easy. I think I'm like missing every shot. Try taking medicine. I think there's someone on the train still. There we go. Less easy than I thought. We did it? Oh shit. I can't see because of myself. Okay, well, I didn't kill a single person up there. Can we make it? My hands are getting a little hot.
I think that's all of them. We do not have far to go. The base camp is just at the top of the hill.
That was madness.
You did well, compadre. Very well.
What's the
Whatever I
DLC,
get
Gabby?
promised you in return, you have
You
earned.
mean the zombies? We were just talking about doing it for Halloween.
Come back from this.
Did you want to kill him, or should I?
No. Till I find Escuela, he's more used to me alive.
Ride the train to the army camp? Okay. Yeah, we'll do it for Halloween then. That could be a fun Halloween thing. Where are these guys? It's the camp. Whew. It's stressful killing all these people. I feel my anxiety's up.
Go to the camp. The base commander will want to speak to you.
Finally leave this.
Senor Marston.
But you're lucky, Gabby, you can understand it at least, even if it's bad Spanish.
At least some of your
I don't know
men
any
survived.
Spanish.
Drink to survive myself. My whole life I have dreamed of a glorious death. Vamos.
rápido antes que nos ataquen otra vez. These socialist pigs cannot be allowed to win.
Yeah, we're on the bad side. Oh yeah, we're on the bad side. Just $75. What happened to that 20,000 pesos? And they bring me so far from where I need to be. I do want to buy a new gun. Can we check out our outfits quickly? Did I unlock any? Walton's gang, elegant suit, no. Search Thieves Landing, complete a night watch job in McFarlane's ranch, win at horseshoes in McFarlane's ranch, claim a Bullard Twins gang bounty alive. I don't know what that means. Search Silent Steed, complete California Stranger's task, make a profit playing blackjack at Rathskeller Fork, claim a treasure hunter bounty alive. I still haven't done that. Purchase at the Thieves Landing. Okay. Bandito bounty alive. Defeat all players in a round of liar's dice in Casa Madrugada. Complete a night watch job in Chuparosa. Search Sidewinder Gulch. I want to see these outfits. Oh man, retaining rank 10 in all ambient challenges. What is an ambient challenge? No, I think we're done for the night. Yeah, Poppy. But I do have to go somewhere that I can save, which is a little bit difficult. We can go here to save. There's a stranger there too. That shouldn't be too far, or the ranch isn't that far either. What's closer? I guess let's stay in Mexico. And I really want to find a place to buy guns. That's why I was considering actually going... What time is it? 5 minutes? We got time to buy a gun. Let's buy a gun here. And then we can call it a night. Where are they fighting? Yeah, they just didn't have the guns. The gunsmith close by. You're gonna have to jump out of the way. Ooh, stupid rock. Apparently I've unlocked the buffalo gun? Was that what it was called? I don't remember. Let's see what it is. I'm excited because I deserve it. I earned it. I've killed so many animals for it. It's crazy how different Thieves Landing is in this game.
Welcome to my very own hellhole.
Here, sir. Hello.
Seems to me you're a fine leather slapper, Mr.
Here it is, buffalo rifle. Wow. Power is insane. Range is really good. Rate of fire is awful. Reload is good. Ammo capacity is bad. So this is for long range. Yeah, I should sell these in Mexico. Or maybe I'll sell the Bobcat for here. But I was getting better deals there. It's a one shotgun, yeah. Is there something else I should have bought? Yeah, rifle ammo. Rifle? Bolt rifle? Yeah, rifle ammo. And then probably sniper rifle ammo.
Anything else today?
Oh, this is expensive. Some repeater ammo. Yikes.
That should keep me going for a while.
Ooh, bears. I haven't seen a bear yet.
Nice weather we've been having. How you doing? Hey there.
What can I do at the barbershop?
It doesn't surprise me that.
Can I get a haircut?
St. John's Day away.
Where can I get my haircut?
Dribbled out of your mouth, count for an anecdote in these.
Hello, sir.
Treasure hunter. Ooh.
That'll do me.
Let's see, guys. Oh my god, I'm so excited. New outfit. Ugh, I don't care.
Come on, tough guy. You hit mighty soft for a man.
Shit, I'm trying to...
I declare.
He shot me. Leave me alone. I'm just trying to live. I don't want to reduce my honor. At least I didn't get a bounty. They just started fighting me. I have no idea what I did wrong in that situation. Okay, new outfit. Oh, you are the most badass gunslinger in the West. Deadeye regenerates twice as fast. Oh, look, you get a little patch. 2 a.m. Okay, wait, one more outfit and then we're done here. Where's the other one I bought? Where's the other one I bought? Oh, was that it? That was it. Okay, it's kind of ugly actually, but it's okay. Let's save the game here. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Yeah, like I said, I'll be off tomorrow night. Back on Thursday or Friday. Same time as usual. 9-ish. Join our Discord to find out which night we'll be back. Saving, make sure I save. Thank you guys for hanging out. Very, very appreciated. I'm working on the video tomorrow, Poppy. And going into my commute. So it's gonna be a long day. Let's see who we can raid out to here. I think Moose is definitely about to finish. I'm still a little bit unsure about rating people playing RDR 1. I don't want spoilers. Maybe we can do RDR 2.
Am I getting
Through to you? Yes. 1 second, let me... Red Dead Redemption 2. Let's go see who's playing the second game. I'm sure there's more people playing that anyways. Not a lot of English. Let's meet someone new. It's always so scary raiding out to someone new though. You guys cannot hold it against me. Oh, Psychotic Version. Oh yeah, let's go see him. I didn't see him though. Is he playing? I don't think so. Did he just end? Psychotic. Do I know how to spell his name? Oh, he's doing a marathon. Yeah. Let's go support another Persian streamer. He's a really cool guy. Very entertaining. Enjoy his energy, his community. And yeah, we should be supporting Persians right now, Iranians. Hi, Keegan. Goodbye, Keegan. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Still haven't played 2? Gabby, that's insane. You need to play 2. It's a masterpiece. Credits. Let the credits roll. He's always streaming? Okay, good. We'll always have someone to raid out to. Thank you so much, Locke, for all of the cheers, first of all. Thank you so much, JPJ, for the resub. Very, very appreciated. And thank you, Tiger, for the cheers as well. Lots of cheers today. Very, very appreciate it. Cheers to you all. I didn't even finish my orange juice. And for the gifted sub, Mad Lad, thank you so much. Hi, Dawn. Oh, lovely to see you too. Just ending here, going out, raiding out here. But yeah, very, very appreciate everyone. Appreciate the company.